sleepyhead. Welcome in. Hello. Sorry this is a little bit early, but a few things came up and I had to stream today instead of Thursday. And very early because I got something to do on Wednesdays. It's one of the reasons I don't stream on Wednesdays. But welcome, one and all. Today we're going to be continuing our work on Castle Wisteria. It's going to be a busy day today, so let's start. Let's turn this on. Hello. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. No, not this one. It's this one. Hello. Welcome, bot people, and welcome, chat, if there's anybody in there.
Is anybody out there in the void?
Let's turn this off. We don't need this. So, hold it. There we go. Up and at 'em. And now let's try to get a little bit of swing. Let's try to get a little bit of do. Yeah. There we go. Oh man. So, what have we done? Well, last time we were trying to figure out, or at least I was trying to figure out, the right structure for the drawing. I used a few thumbnails and eventually I started to figure, okay, let's do this in parts because I'm getting nowhere. You see, we had these things that we made last time. We work on sketches like these, and it's good to do it on a thumbnail, on a small scale, you know? So that way you can kinda know where everything's gonna go. So we sketched it around. We try to understand how Wisteria looks, how it works, and how it looks, and how the Wisteria is not actually just like a normal big tree. It is a parasitic tree that strangles other trees and kills them. But in the meantime, it has a really nice bloom to it. But because we want to make this the mood of this thing a little bit nicer, so we're just gonna pretend that it doesn't kill this tree. Don't know how, but you know, magic, I guess. And if you notice here, we did some 3D renderings on Blender. The idea was that we can plan the structure, or at least the composition. We can plan, okay, here's the castle, here's gonna be the tree, here's some background trees, the lake, because that's another element. One of the problems that I was having is that with these sketches, I was trying to have it all almost on a similar plane, you know, like the castle was still close to us, and so was the tree. And that honestly is a little bit of a sketchy situation, out of the sense that we would need a lot more planning of the space. You know, like in here, the castle's farther away and more obscured, and the lake is also on the side. We need a main character. We need a hierarchy. Is the castle more important than the tree and the lake? Or is it the castle that's more important? And should it be on the forefront or not? So I started sketching a little bit freehand, a little bit ignoring a few directives. Because sometimes the client likes a certain idea, but it's not the best when it comes to composition. Again, we need a main character. So I sketched out this. I made the castle far more important and prevalent. I moved the tree to the side and closer to the foreground. So that way, it looks big, but it's not a giant tree. You know what I mean? Which would be cool. But it messed up the composition and dimensions. It just got in the way of everything. Then we have like the dragon nest that we wanted. I turned it into some sort of bird nest, which will still have the elements of it's full of treasure and stuff, but more like small trinkets and the like. Because again, a giant tree would involve it to be on the center and make it ginormous. You know, if it connects tree with castle, I will need to fuse the tree with the castle, and that would involve something that's beyond what the client asked. You know, it's a different feel, it's a different, which you can negotiate. But for the sake of expediency, I proposed this to them, and they said, oh, no, this is great. This looks amazing. But of course, again, you can share your own personal ideas with your client, make sure that everything's fine. Because again, at the end of the day, you are the designer, you are the artist, you know what's best for the piece. You know, even if the idea is the client's, that you are meant to execute their vision in a way that makes sense. And if the way that it makes sense is to move a little bit away, or at least commit to one out of the 10,000 ideas the client has, then that's the way to go. You can probably commit to the rest of the ideas in other aspects. But that's more like logo design. That is if your client has like a big business, and then you have to start thinking about, oh, there's a logo, but then there is the website, and then there is other links like a shop, and you have to design the shop, and the UI of the shop is very unique and stuff. Like, you're not just using Etsy, you're making a whole unique website. And so maybe one idea that could not work on the logo could work on the surrounding accompaniments to that logo and all that stuff. But when it comes to like making a poster like this, you could still grab the ideas that could not fit here and use them for future projects or something else. In our case, we're not only going to make this composition, we're going to also make the 4 seasons, which is part of the commission that we were entrusted to do. So we're going to make spring, fall, summer, winter. So again, some of the ideas that would not have fit here, we can use them for other aspects of the art piece. So now that we had that thumbnail, which I liked, I took it upon me to stretch it out to the full composition, and then expand the castle a little bit more. And also, as you can see, I took it upon myself to bring in some golden ratios, just so we can measure things out. I used it last time on my previous art, and it just worked pretty well. So why not now? I did a fancy schmancy work here to try and fit 4 of them. Will it work? No idea. But, carpe diem. As an alternative also, I brought these pieces so I can use them as reference and rulers as I'm making all the buildings. I went to Affinity Designer, and with the precision of math, I built these. Because I'm scared that I'm going to make them all skewed up. So to make sure that everything is measured, well done, I cut these out, and I can just move them wherever I want, place them in, and then I can draw over them. Again, they're kind of like stamps that I get to place around and then draw on top of. It's pretty useful, I'd say. So I got it for the big walls, for the smaller walls, for the thick, rounded towers on the side, and then it's a whole thing. Also, by the way, is my audio good? Let me lower this music. Let me check my audio on my very own stream. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da ba. Ba 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 da ba. YouTube, do 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 do. Here we are. Let's see. Let's hear. Okay, let's lower it a little bit more. Like, we want to put it in the background, but not too much, you know? Let's see. Let's hear. Now, let's see how it sounds. Like, we want to put it in the background, but not too much, you know? Let's see. Let's hear. Yeah, that works out. Now, let's see how it sounds. Yeah, this is good. This works. Yeah. Again, I just wanna be sure it's not messy. Ooh, hello, Pixel Animation. Doing good.
Just chillin'.
As I said, we are gonna start. I got my rulers, I got my golden ratios, and I got my sketch, which is over here. There we are, see? I made the castle a little bit more bombastical. I put the tree and made it just a normal tree, but closer to the camera, so that way there's a dimension, there's depth. And then over here we can oversee the pond and the tree line. And one of the things that I learned when I was studying castle making is that castles normally are put on top of hills. So there's going to be a descending line of ground. And even then, I wanted to make sure to use this pink line as an indicator for the horizon line, which is extremely important when you're making projects like these. I do believe that the horizon line on average is a little bit higher because we had the top of the trees, right? So we got this, got the hill, but we got the treetops. So the horizon line is more or less like this. In any case, it's important to keep the important part, like the priority straight, right? So you have either the top side that has a lot more space, or either the bottom that has more space, but never in the middle. Or at least if you put it in the middle, you gotta make sure that it's either diagonal or skewed, or in any other aspect that is not just perfectly horizontal, or else it's just gonna be a little boring, little, you know, too average for it. This is gonna be fun stream. I can already tell. It reminds me of Cinderella. I know, right? Actually, I've never seen Cinderella's castle that I remember. I mean, I have seen it, but remember it is something else entirely. So let me just analyze that in case I can get more ideas. I'm gonna go here. Cinderella Castle. It looks a lot like the default Disney castle. It's pretty good. I could use some of this, honestly, because I needed something for the very top tower, so then my client can be seen like overlooking everything, and I wanted to make like some sort of peak tower of sorts, and maybe this kind of reference can help. Copy image, and let's see where the references are right here. Okay, these are the references. I'm going to grab the castle, make it a lot bigger. Let's move these trees here. Let's move the castle a bit closer to the other castles. Again, you more or less need like a little mood board to figure out, because my client brought me a few references like these 3 castles, and then I started to investigate similar castles like these 4 on top, and then a little bit of house moving castle on the side, which I should have the castle itself. Copy image, paste. Because even if the castle is technically not what we're doing here, it could be inspiration on the rendering style that we might want. Yeah, because design and rendering is 2 very different things. So we can have how the castle actually looks, but also how the castle is actually waving around and the line width, and at least on this one it feels lived in. It feels like it feels rustic even though it's sci-fi and fantasy. You know, it's got a little clothes, it's lived in, it's, you know, it's got some stuff. It's silly. Also a little unreal, like, because what are these metal platings for? It's like if it was battle ready, but not really. Ah, my throat is itchy. Hang on. Wah. 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 Okie dokie. Alright, so with all of these elements in mind, and I do suggest that when you're doing stuff like this, you study very closely. Just squint really hard at the details. And I notice that I think it's working because Miyazaki's style is very squishy and bouncy. Like, even though this is a metal piece, it's got a lot of round edges and beveled sides. There are no sharp corners in Miyazaki's design. Very few. Like maybe on the webbed wings, maybe. But even then, look at the triangles. Look at the point of the little legs. They almost look stubby. Miyazaki hardly ever uses sharp corners and spikes and stuff. Oh, hang on. Let me put this on top. I can chat hides. Yeah, chat is hiding. Okay, let's just put it there. So that way we can all see each other and I can read chat. But that's a really good suggestion. Thank you, Pixel. I actually wanted to put in I wanted to put more references. In this case, I wanted to put Howl, but Cinderella is an extremely good suggestion too. Because look at the castle that I drew. Does it not feel almost Miyazaki-ish? And that was unintentional. Because I'm trying to figure out what am I gonna do? And then I realized that the walls are very small and the towers are a little bit wider and bigger than I was expecting. You know, like they feel strange in terms of proportions. But then again, that is how Miyazaki does it. Like, there's this big bulking underside hull as if it were a boat, but then on top there's an entire house that's blooming out, and then on top of the house there's an even bigger thing that apparently the house is either supporting or growing around. You know what I mean? Like, it's a sandwich of questions. It's a flying burger of questions. There's the very heavy top side, there's a squishy middle side, that's where they live, and then a very heavy bottom side, which, like, it makes no sense, structurally at least. And then in here, everything is kind of, there are small buildings, yes, but then there's like these big bulky ones that are almost as big or bigger than the wall itself that's meant to hold everything. So it does feel very Miyazaki. Now that I squint at it and kind of try to figure out the why that is. But it's not bad at all. My client liked it, and I don't think it looks bad at all. But still, we should be very careful not to go too crazy with proportions, because there is a threshold on how much our brains can just say, okay, I believe it, you know? There is a limit. Also, hello Lum, and hopefully Sin is there too. If not, send him my hellos and my hugs. How are you guys? Happy to see ya. Even if it's a little too early, welcome, welcome. I've always seen this robot monster thing is from Spirited Away or something. I just say that because, well, I don't know, I don't really watch anime at all. That's fair. But I recommend you watch the Ghibli movies. It's not pretty much anime, it's just a bunch of random movies that he makes. And they all have a similar style message, but the idea mainly is that he makes one movie every 1,000 years, says he's gonna retire, doesn't, makes another movie. That is the Miyazaki cycle until he dies. Ghibli stuff tend to mesh industry, war, comfy, and magic in the castles. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a war machine, but it's also a defensive castle. There it is. It's kind of like a defensive castle, but at the same time it's a house, but at the same time it's a war machine. It's like we don't quite know, but it kind of fits the standards of the time of the whole. Miyazaki grew around the world wars. So most of all of his movies have something to do with war bad and humans suck, which is amazing the way he does it on different movies, because it's so unique the way he tackles the same topics in different movies. In Spirited Away is more about the fear of industry and consumption, and then when it comes to Howl's Moving Castle, it's just war in general, using all of the best scientists, or at least the best minds, and then use it for war when it could be just used for fantastical things instead. And then there's obviously Howl that's escaping this entire thing. Although I do say that Howl's Moving Castle kind of moved a little too fast for my taste. Like, the characters love too fast, if that makes any sense. The same thing with Ponyo. I think Ponyo's ending is a little rushed. But Ponyo also has the idea of, oh, humans suck, they're damaging the ocean. It's The Little Mermaid, but with a little bit more kid whimsy. It's freaking amazing, though. The visuals, at least, is very worth it. Just by studying the visual power of Ghibli and Miyazaki, watch Ponyo. Then there's Princess Mononoke. That one's a little bit more on the nose. It's the idea of harmony between nature and man. There is no bad guy, per se. Both sides are in the extreme, and both sides are at odds with where they live. Which is interesting, because you would think, oh, wolves and animals are part of nature, right? But no, they're living beings just like us, and their overconsumption can also screw up nature. And their overambition. Even if they live close to nature, their hatred towards humans, which we are part of nature, kind of screw everybody up. So both sides are in the wrong, and both sides need to learn harmony, which is an interesting take on any aspect of it. Something that I learned about Miyazaki, though, is that there are no villains. And in Western media, we always have like a bad guy that we have to defeat and kill or neutralize or whatever. But on Miyazaki films, it's different. There is, once the movie ends, life goes on. There's still things to solve, and we can assume that the characters live through it to keep solving the problems, and there is an opening for a new adventure in the future, even though there is no continuation ever to his movies. It's just one movie, said and done. That's it. But they're well-contained stories within a world that feels lived in, and it feels that it lives beyond us. It doesn't need us to exist, unlike other movies that need us to witness the movie in order for that movie to exist, and for us to understand what the plot next is. Because normally we say, and they live happily ever after. Well, in Miyazaki films is, and they lived. And that's it. Maybe they're all connected, and there was still war after Princess Mononoke, and nature was completely destroyed, and then we see the world of Howl's Moving Castle. Who knows? It doesn't really matter. The important is what's happening right now, and what the characters are going through, and what the message is. Which, again, it's fascinating in and of itself. Oh my god, Laputa is another really good movie. Castle in the Sky. Fantastic movie, which I should look as a reference to. Castle in the Sky. Hang on. You know, this castle looks a lot more European. And oh my god. And a lot more of what I would have picked if my client would have asked me to mix the tree with the castle. You can see the difference in purpose when you look at this castle and house moving castle side to side. I mean, of course, Laputa is not just a castle, it's a city. So it makes sense. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it. You see, they have very different purposes. And you can see it on the design itself. Let's see. Ghibli stuff tend to mesh industry war, comfy magic castles. Just having lunch break before I go back to work. And oh, okay. I hope you have a good meal. I'm doing good. How is you? Yeah, we're just chilling. We had some family things to attend to on Thursday. So, you know, some visiting family members, and we had plans to see each other. So yeah, Thursday plans are out the window because I'll be taken on Thursday to meet them, and we're just gonna, you know, hang out for a little bit because it's been years, and you know, family is very important. So I voted that I stream now early, and then I can just spend the rest of the weekend with them. Let's see. I say How as a love story, and I loved it. Yeah. It is a love story, even though I feel that they love too quick at the very end. But again, time constraints, it makes sense. But yeah, it's a really good movie. Although I do wonder what the book is like, because Howl's Moving Castle is a book first, and apparently Hal's more of a brat, and I think it was Sophie, her name. She puts Hal on his place a little bit more, because at the end of the day, the idea is that he's kind of like a man-child running away, and it makes sense. He's just a really cool guy that wants to hang out and do wizard stuff and be happy, and now they're drafting every wizard to war, and he doesn't want that, so he's kind of, but he's also spoiled. But she grabs him and put him in this place, makes him do all the work around the house, so then he can pick himself up because it's a mess. So you know, it's like a man-child that is needing to grow up and start to have a little bit more urgency, and she helps him to find that, which is cool. But they don't do that much in the movie. He is a brat. He is a little bit vain, but it's not. But it's kind of solved with a true love's kiss, and I think those things require a little bit more time, because in real life, me as a man speaking, it took a lot for me to finally get my stuff ready, and even then, there's a lot that I still need to work on myself. You know, the idea is not to be a slob and think that everything's just gonna fall from the sky and that you're owed the world, which is what Hal kind of was feeling, running away and hiding his feelings until he had something to fight for, either Sophie and his friends, his new friends, which Sophie brought. Again, Sophie brought a fresh air into his life, which is great. And also the idea of vanity. She ended up quote unquote ugly because she got turned into an old lady, but then she rose above that and kept fighting and working, while Hal, the second he sort of looked different, because he didn't look ugly at all, he just changed his hair black at one point by accident, and he's like, no, I'm ugly, oh my god, it's like, dude, come on, it's just black hair. If anything, you look sexier, spiffier. But no, it's, again, the characters needed a lot to grow, and I wish we could have had that exploration a little bit more stretched. But my god, having to animate all this, I can imagine Ghibli just saying, you know what, let's just finish the movie. I'm good, just a bit stressed because I got a lot of work ahead of me. Yo, salute to you, brother. But you got this, don't worry. Ponyo was really cute. Ponyo was adorable. I loved it. I know a little bit about the Robot Master Castle thing because I saw a video on YouTube about something building with trash and they got from the outside and looks so good. Oh yeah. Actually, the golems in Minecraft are based on the robots from Castle in the Sky. It's pretty interesting. I like the idea that Laputa, it was apparently like this huge, overpowered, like futuristic city, but something happened that they doomed themselves. And now we are left with the remnants of it, and it's kind of silly that the humans are not learning from that hubris and are still searching for the powers of knowledge of the ancients in Laputa. It's kind of like, hey guys, Laputa didn't survive. What do you think is going to happen when you chase the same goals? Again, that's pretty much the idea. So, we got our sketch, we got our rulers, and we got our other rulers, which I did on Affinity Designer because Affinity Designer is perfect math. I don't have to kind of guess. And because my hand is very clumsy, it's going to be kind of sucky to having to do all that by hand and not know if everything's straight. So I'm going to use those as rulers, paint over them. And yeah, let's begin. First, let's move the opacity lower. What do you think we should start with? The tree? Or the castle? Because we can start by either of them. In the meantime, I'm going to do the literal landscaping. Following the horizon line, I'm going to start making a little bit of the hills, a little bit of the background trees. Or at least the start of them. Where is my pen? You know, you would think that I would have had the cable ready, that I would have had everything ready, but, you know, klutz that I am. Let's see. Put in the USB cable. Insert the USB cable. Yay, I didn't have to do it twice. Comfy room with a view of a tree pond. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I wanted to make the tree huge. I wanted to make it big and imposing, but it's too much. Like it won't match. What is it? Let me see if the pen is under here. Like it kind of will mess up the proportions because if the castle is the same size as the tree, it would look best if I fuse them together. Kind of like what I told you guys about Laputa. Laputa was like the castle in the sky, but also had a big tree on it, and nature and robots lived in harmony. It's why kind of like the robots in Castle in the Sky were so harmonious, and it had a little flower in it too. Oh my god, water. Really good. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why the tree has to be either mixed with the castle or just needs to be a separate entity. And if it is a separate entity, I just recommended that it was just a normal tree really close to the camera, and then we can just get the main castle unadulterated, unbothered, just in full view. Very beautiful. So for my first trick, let's think about the landscape. So we have something a little bit under the horizon line. And because castles were made on hills, we're going to make the land stick out a little bit. And we don't need to make anything else over here because the castle will be covering it, but let's continue that anyway. We can actually, we gotta remember the dimensions here. Let me just make it one single piece so I can control it and manipulate it. Let's make it really high. Control click the line and then I can manipulate. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Control click and then I can. Oh my god. Come on. Come on! Come on, man. Don't make me look bad. Control shift click. Teleport there. Okay, now. See? I can bend and squish the line. So let's make it a little bit more balanced and close to the horizon line here. Stretch this out until it touches the other. Actually, no. Let's keep it there and let's actually stretch this one. Yeah, there we are. And because this dimension is here, this hill, let's make it as if it were a box. Let's put the top of the hill to exist here. Let's pretend that it's got layers. Like that. You gotta imagine this as rings, right? You gotta think in 3D. You have the middle ring, you have the wider ring, and so on and so forth. And this is a mountain, like, you know, this is a cone, and a bunch of rings on it, because it's a bunch of circles. Well, the same thing with this hill. It'll help you plan what you're gonna do for the slope. Because I was planning to make a bunch of shrubbery and bushes and stuff and a cart moving away from it. But then I thought, it's going to be a little awkward that it's a slope. You know, normally what castles do is that they have different levels with stairs, you know. And maybe, you know, an accessibility thing. But it's going to be... It's not a popular idea to not have stairs and have like just a hill going up. It's not unheard of, but if you want to be really fancy about it and formal, then probably you would have some sort of stairs going down like that to the lower level, which would be flattened out and allowed to have a road that leads away from the castle in a very comfortable fashion. You know, people carve mountains and hills to fit their needs. A castle is just a set of rooms with strong walls and a gate, so my castle would have an abundance of pillows and terraces. Oh my god, do you imagine? It's just a giant pillow fort. Like it's not to defend against cannon fire. It's meant to defend against bad vibes. Very cute. The castle of your dreams. Okay, see? So we're gonna say that's the door, and that this is the level of the castle, so we're going to hello, fellow artist. Yo, Mr. Marshmallow. Welcome into the show. We're both squishy too, see? Welcome in, how are ya? You got a channel or something? Cause we could totally check it out. Welcome in, happy to see ya. How are you? You chilling or you're working? In any case, happy to see ya. Yeah, this is exciting. I love seeing new artists. Yeah, come in. Welcome, welcome. I decided to be a little bit early. Normally I stream a lot later on the day and on Thursdays and Mondays. But today is a surprise day, I suppose. Well, how about you? I'm doing good. Just chilling. Relaxing, working on a commish. Yup, I bit my tongue. I did bit my tongue. Oh man, I'm a klutz. Okay, so these stairs look a little weird. On this... yeah, they would be a little bit closer, because on this point of view, we would not see the floor on the top of the stairs. Maybe a little, just a little, but not, you know, just not enough. So we click both of these, control, click, click, and drag. And we maybe see a little bit of the top, but not too much. Control, click, click, drag. Second verse, same as the fourth. Although in this case, I can just... okay, so I think we can start fusing them. And then we can just... and the rest we will finally be at the bottom of the hill. And we can have the hill here. But we gotta remember that this is now the limit where it should be flat. And then the start of the flatter plane begins. So we can start planning out with vertical lines like that. This is where the hill is, but this is where it ends. So we can bend it a little bit more. So now we see that the floor has a lot more what's the word? Like it's got more curvature, you know? Like it's steeper than you think. So we can fill it out with shrubs, but in any case they're sticking out like this. Whatever we put on it on the flat plane has to be sticking out like that. It's not like a hill. It could be a hill like that too. And the way things stick on it is a lot different, you know? So we could plan it out in any way. But I think a rounder thing might be a little bit more appealing. Because again, if the idea is to avoid people to get into the castle or at least hit it comfortably, then probably a slope like this would be better. Well, no, because it gives a little surface. So maybe like this, but a very steep angle. Friggin' like this. It's gonna be hard to pickaxe a wall when you are, like, handling things like that. So let's see. I'm making an analog horror. Yo, nice. Okay, let's try that out. Let's try make it like a very steep hill. So what kind of analog horror? Are you making a video? Are you making a video game? Well, what's up? What is your artistic venture like? It's inspired by Dr. Nowhere and the Walton Files. I haven't seen Dr. Nowhere. I have heard of the Walton Files. Interesting. Doing pretty good, just a little stressed. Yeah, many hugs to Pixel. Hope that you can finish up your project soon, man. You can have a little rest and have a little bit of a chill time. Okay, so I'm doing them a little bit more vertical. And actually, instead of this very slow, this very long slope, I can start from here and finish off there and then cut it off. Because it rounds up at this point. Or at least that's what the horizon line is telling me. It should end here. And maybe we can put a focal point. Because as you can see, I made the sketch of the castle that it goes on into this top hill. But if we go by a horizon line, we also have to obey the, the rules of perspective. So at any point, we gotta find a perspective line. I feel we should have 2 of them. Having 1 might be a little too much. Or maybe 3. Let's test it out. Let's see if we can make a 3-point perspective. Although 3-point perspective might be a little bit too much. But let's see. Let's test it out. So we're looking at this perspective of the camera. Oh, now I know what we can do. We can go back to the model we had on Blender. Let's see. Let's open up Blender and find the Castle Wisteria sketch. Let's see. Oh, that's nice. It's inspired by something, or is it your own story? It's called Utopia. It'll have a small and big YouTubers in it. Cause, get it? Utopia? Ah, there it is. Yeah, I get it. That's clever. How are you so good at perspective? I'm not. That's why we use help. Oh, let me turn this off. I don't need to use Affinity Designer anymore. Hang on. Yes, I'm going to save this. I was making the thumbnail a few minutes ago. So, okay. So here's Blender. Castle Wisteria. It's right there. Oh, right. I moved it. Let's find it. Mystery Client. The banner. Castle Wisteria. Okay. Oh, right. I didn't save my first skirmish at this. Okay, so what we can do, let's remake the tree, at least the new design for the tree. So we have this perspective. We have The tree, let's pretend. Okay. Let's pretend more or less like that. We're gonna be a little bit lower because there's going to be a slope. Let's go and edit. R Z, let's say 90. Oh, whoops, I have these. Okay, so I gotta be in object mode. RZ 90. Just type in that and it rotates automatically. Okay, no, never mind. RZ negative 90. RZ negative 90. Okay, so so I can do math on this thing. It's not like it doesn't automatically change it. Okay, interesting. So I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna hit S and Y so I can stretch, scale on this end. Actually, the thing is that it's not going to be rounded. Oh, I know what to do. I'm gonna grab a cone. I'm gonna click the Z button on top so I can have a perfect button here. I'm gonna try and hit the floor more or less in the middle, and I'm going to shift alternate, click drag, have it like that, and then I'm going to be choosing how high the top of the pyramid is, top of the cone. I'm just gonna grab the bottom vertex because apparently I made it too low. GZ, gonna move it up. There we go. See, there's a slope. And I'm gonna pick all of these, make it a little smaller. Grab them all, S, and then just keep dragging it. Tab to change to object mode. G, Y, drag it around. S, scale it. S, Z, make it a little steeper like that. Oh, no, not the ground. Yeah, higher up. G, Z, move it down. Like, so you can see it's not well centered. So G, Y. So it's more or less balanced in where it cuts. Okay. G, Z. And edit mode with tab. Now let's put in some wireframe. Let's grab all of it. Control R. No, wait. Never mind. Cancel that. Select everything. Hit the select mode like that so we can see the edges. Control R. Okay, so it's only adding vertices like that. Can I not add rings? I should be able to add rings. What happened? I can add vertices, but not rings. That's strange. I'm scrolling the wheel and all I can do is this. That is odd. That is very odd. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab the top one. Control R, again, only one. Am I missing something? Alternate R? No. No, it's always been Control R. Why can I not add rings? That's weird. That's very weird. Shift R? No. It should be Control R. Oh, goodbye, Pixel. Oh, sorry. Oh, you do commissions? Yeah, I do. This is a commission for a mystery client. And yeah, we're trying to work on it. I wanted to make something. Oh, I know what to do. Okay, so it won't do what I wanted to do. So here's what I will do. I'm just gonna make a cube. Just gonna make a cube. Put it on top. And then I select both of them. Tool. No, wait. Item. Edit. Boolean difference. There you go. Then I can hopefully grab the cube that I put on top. Cylinder. Where's the cone? Oh, there's the cone. And where's the cube? Is it over there? Is it over here? Is it anywhere? No, I think they fused. Oh, no. I hit auto boolean. Okay, so maybe I could just hit difference on the brush boolean. And there we go. Now, if I grab the cube and I hit the viewport so we can see, we won't see the cube, but we will see the cross section when I move the cube around. You see? It's really good. It's really useful. Oh, and G, X. I'm going to move forward. Now we can see it. There you go. See, now we can have a really nice slope. Grab both of them. Move them around. We can see just a little bit of slope. S, Z. Okay, so I think I should go to edit mode. Alt click so we can grab the bottom S there. G, Z. G, Z. S. Yeah, so it's scaled, but it's not like too exaggerated. There we go. Sorry, let me see who it is that left. Okay, so Marshmallow left. Okay, take care, Marshmallow. Have a good one. Yesterday, I came up with a name for my channel, finally, and I wanted to know if it sounds good. It's Frog Beans. I thought it sounded cool, or should we keep thinking? Actually, Frog Beans is cute, because you want something that is playful and that it sounds good to say. Like, it fits your personality, right? It should fit your personality, but it also should feel good to say. You know, when someone goes and says, hey, it's Frog Beans, hello. You know, that sounds really cute. That sounds really nice. So, yeah, I think it's good. I like it. I like Frog Beans. Because you sound like a food. That's the other thing. You got to also be ready if it sounds a little bit silly. Like in my case, there are many insults that I can make with my name. And people have used it. And I'm like, yeah, I expected that. That is by design. My name has double O's on it, so it can be doodle, cute, and silly. And it can also be kind of like a target to poke fun of. It's also to lower my defenses so that way people can, you know, it's an easy target. So, in a way, I want it to be cute. I want it to be not like this cool, untouchable creature. I want to be approachable. I want to be like a nice pillows that people can walk onto and say, hey, man, what's up? And they can rely on and not be too scared of. Because, again, art is a field where people get so enamored with the talent and so scared about, oh, my God, you're so much better than me. Ugh, and whatever. And I want to break that stigma. And one of the ways that I did it was to get a very silly name. So that way people don't get too scared of whatever it is that I do. Or who I am, personally. You know, I kind of uncoolify myself from the start, if that makes sense. But again, it depends on your personality. If your personality is very different and you have a different mood that you want to go for, then yeah, you might want to reconsider the name. But I like Frog Beans. It's cute, it's approachable, and it's funny, it's silly. It can give you mileage. People would like to flaunt around and hang out with frog beans. And if your work speaks for itself, yeah, people are gonna love you. It's like silly name but big talent. It's really good. I like frog beans personally. I think it's really good. Yeah, I think brown beans is it's cool, but I should but I think I should add to it, make it better. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. One of the downsides of having a very too unique of a name. Oh my god! Sorry, 1 second. A bad side of having my name is that it's too hard to pronounce and it doesn't work on Spanish. And my country, where I live in, we speak Spanish. And I've pitched my name to other people that speak Spanish only, and they have no idea what I say. They if they want to follow me or they want to see my work, I have to write my name for them, which is bad. Like it's like a sacrifice of, oh, you want to be unique? Yes, you are unique. You have never been seen before in anybody's life. Do not expect to be recognized. You see, it's the payment of uniqueness. But frog beans is, it's composed out of two words that exist. Dusit's Ruminau does not exist in the real world, so we kind of have to guess what that means, and it's up to me to give it meaning, and to give it the meaning that I want it to have. You see, it's a different mindset. But I think frog beans as it is really fine. I think frog beans is playful enough, it's unique enough, but it's also recognizable enough because it's frog and beans. We all know what they are. And it sounds really cute, it sounds endearing, and people can get behind it. Once they see the kind of work you do, they can go like, "Oh yeah, I know who that is. I know what they do." And they are approachable. I like them. Boom. I think you don't need to add anything to it. I think frog beans is good. If anything, choose between frog beans, as in plural, frog beans, or just frog bean. Because if you put in the asterisk, it's gonna confuse people. Because sometimes the search bar is very stingy, and if you put a weird character on it, it's not gonna let you find you. And also with those websites that don't let you put special characters on, it's gonna be a little bit harder to find you. But if you just put a very simple frog bean or frog beans without any sort of different weird character in between, except maybe an underscore because you can put spaces everywhere. Some websites demand, oh, you can't use spaces, so you put an underscore. But that's what I think should be the most that you should add. Don't complicate the name with weird characters. And I do mean weird as in any character that isn't just the letters. So then it's a lot easier to find you. Oh, have you heard of frog beans? Oh yeah, what's their name? It's the same, frog beans. Look them up. And people don't have to give any more instructions. So I think that should be the one advice that is, I think it's important that I should give you. Don't put weird characters in the name. Just make it either frog bean or frog beans. Doctor called, I'm 17 minutes behind, but giant pillow fort sounds right. Yeah. Oh my god. Nah, but go Lum, go check that out. That's important. Oh man. Cool beans, good soup. But yeah, please take care of that. Okay, let's move it a little bit to the back. Let's scale it all the way up. S, Z. You squish it a little bit. But that's the thing. If I squish it too much, it's not going to be as steep as I want. I mean, that should be enough. That should be enough. I can work with this. The idea is that I want to get the right angle. Oops. It's shift middle button drag. Okay, got it. So we got kind of the castle here. We can grab all of the tree. Grab all the elements of the tree. Let's see if we are not missing any pieces. Okay, we're not. Hit Control J to join. And now it's a single object. G, Y. Let's put the tree more or less here. Yeah, this shift middle button drag. Yeah, that's where the castle is. The tree, GY, is like around here. More or less. And then we have the pond. Which is all the way here. GX, GY, let's make the slope here, GX, S, make it big, SZ, make it high, GZ. Let's move the lake down. GZ. Friggin' water level, man. It's GX. GY. S. Make it big. Let's mess around with that. We have a little bit more space for the ground. So my question is, okay, so the focal point seems to be converging because we get to see all of these perspective lines. I think it's more or less like around here in the middle. Like if we recreate this scene onto the Clip Studio scene, so yeah, it's more or less like in the middle here, and we can do the rest of the castle based on that. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Just wanted to make sure, you know. I looked at channels with the name Frog Beans, and there were none, so I might be the first with this name. Yeah, exactly. Go for it. Again, make sure it's not complicated. Keep it Frog Beans. It's adorable. I love it. Hello, I've been working on a cool project. I have been waiting for 2 days, and I think I have enough for the story and the script finished. Just some minor tweaks, and now, yeah! And now I'm on the art. Awesome! Keep it up. Take this moment to keep working on it. Doing good. Thank you. Yeah, happy to see ya. Being good, just stressed and trying to power through it. I need to go now. Might be Y? MBY? Oh, maybe I back later. Okay. Take care, Lum. Have a good one. That's good to hear. You're doing good. Share the rest needed. Yeah. I was trying to figure out the focal point where it would be. And I think it's pretty much here. Yeah, somewhere around there. And then from this focal point, I'm going to make it very bright blue so I won't get lost in the sauce. First to find it, blue, and then maybe a hot yellow in the very middle of where the focal point actually is. You know, kind of like a bullseye from which to take. The closer I get, the more precise it'll be. And then I can start. I think I should. Maybe make the line a lot brighter. Not too bright. Maybe I should just use black. Yeah, it's works a little better. So now I'm going to encompass the whole castle. More or less where it should be and where it should lead. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. It's more, now that I think about it, it's very... Okay. Hold on. Let's move this closer to here. Because you see how the spiral work almost at the middle of the spiral? Let me just put my fingers between here and here. I have my fingers there. And now I'm going to stiff them up and I'm going to move them from here to here. Wow, they are the same distance. So it's kind of convenient. I'm right in the middle of that. I think it works. All right, that should be our horizon line then. I'm just going to grab control, click the line. And we can maybe drag it around. Oh, brush. And I should be able to control it. Yeah. This is fine. And this is fine. And if I want another one, I can just click on one, control paste, and, you know, just manipulate it as I will. Let me try something. I'm going to grab a line, control paste, and I'm going to move this dot to where, you know, I hit transform. I go to the very center of the focal point, and I put the little plus sign there. And so now I get to drag it wherever I want. Oh, but I'm grabbing the whole shape, not like a single entity, which is what I wanted. I mean, it still works though. I know what we can do. It's a little bit easier. I'm going to go to Affinity Designer. I'm going to go to Affinity Designer and build a star thing. Let's make a star thing. We need professional help for perspective lines. So we're going to go to Affinity Designer. Get ourselves a star thing. All right, create. Just make a random file. Don't really matter. Go to the shapes. Grab a double star tool. Go to the middle of the canvas. Where's the middle center of it all? Is it here? Won't tell me. I'm just gonna grab this shape and I'm gonna put it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Okay, so it's sure that this is the very middle. Okay, gonna delete that. Now I'm gonna be in the middle. I'm gonna click, control, drag, shift. There you go. Gonna make it way too big. I'm gonna lower this to the very center. And this I'm gonna keep at the highest. Because with this shape I can make it a little bit smaller, you know. And then if I had this, I could, you know. But instead, we're gonna put it minimum and maximum length. I'm gonna go over here, the stroke. Gonna make the stroke a little bit thick. And then on the top here that it says points, I'm just gonna scroll my wheel. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah 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 blah. Until I got this shape. Maybe I can lower the width of this shape. I'm gonna click on the shape and lower the width. So it's not too distracting. You see, the thicker it is, the worse the central point becomes. So let's maybe keep that. I'm gonna click on this, hit Control Copy, and maybe we can paste it here as a good reference. So that way we don't have to do it manually one by one, you know. So I'm gonna Control Shift click there, so when I paste it, it's at least on top or somewhere in it. Let's test it out. Control T for transform. Let's see where it is. Oh, there it is. Or at least that's where the shape says it is. I mean, I can't see anything. And it's frozen. Clip Studio froze. Oh boy. Maybe I made a noopsie. Okay, so in that case, I'm just gonna go back to Clip Studio, Affinity Designer. I'm going to go to Edit. I think it was Canvas. Oh, Settings. It's going to, no, sorry. It's not here. Never mind. File, Document Setup. There it is. File, Document Setup, Color, Transparent Background. Okay. And then we're going to make the lines a little thicker, because apparently I couldn't see them. I mean, sadly, we're going to have to deal with that black dot in the middle. Or what we could do also is so we can grab a circle shape, go to the very center, and make a white dot. Or a red dot, whatever. But you know, it's kind of like the center of it. So no matter what, we have a hue and we got it in the center. So we're going to export this. A transparent PNG. Export, and then put it on like a file for your assets. Just make a file. I'm gonna make one right now before I forget. I'm gonna go to my hard drive. And make a new folder. Art. Oops. I got out of it. Oh, where is it? I think I wrote the wrong thing. Oh, there it is. Rename. Art. Rulers. And assets. There we go. I'm going to be on it and I'm going to name it Star Thing. Like Ethan Becker himself. Now I'm going to close Affinity Designer. I'm not going to save it because who needs it? I'm going to cancel that entire move that I try to do. I'm not going to paste it. Yeah, go back. Go back. No airbrush. I'm gonna go to my files. I'm gonna go to home. The latest star thing that I did. Click and drag onto the layers, and it should appear. There it is, or at least it should. Let's move it outside of this. Hopefully, yeah, there it is. It was under a lot of stuff. Maybe that's why it didn't work the first time. So let's put it here. Lower the opacity so it doesn't get too distracting. And the very center, make sure that is where the vanishing point should be. And you can change the colors of this thing. Like you can go on here, change the color overlay. Maybe let's make it red. See what I mean? Like just do whatever. That way the perspective is always perfect where it should be. Because right now we're going to be working on the line art, and the line art has to identify where all the perspective lines are. And now that we have identified where it should be, ta-da, there it is. In fact, you can put a second star thing, copy paste, and then we can drag it across that horizon line, and we can even move it away from the main thing, but we'll need to make it a lot bigger. So we scale it, make it very huge, and move it away from us. And we can get a 2-point perspective. So let's do that. Let's move it across the horizon line. Over here. And let's make it a lot bigger. Let me see. Click, alternate, shift, and let's make it, yeah, let's make it very big. And we can move it away from us. I mean, it is a little skewed. Like we would see this side of the wall. Let's move it a little bit more to the right. It's just that the closer it is, the more extreme the angle. And I don't want that. I want the angle to be a lot more subtle. So let's see. Click, alternate. Let's make it bigger. And now let's drag it closer. Yeah, that might be close to what I want. Let's see. Control paste. Control copy paste. Let's rotate. So now we got like all these rulers that allow us to plan the wall that's in front of us. Copy paste. We're going to do the same. So that way we do have a nice perspective grid in front of us, but now we also have one that is, you see, more aligned with the sketch. It's not in front of us, but it's not too far away from us either. Copy paste. We're going to fuse all these together because it will be too much. Yeah, come on. Rotate. 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 Come on. Why not rotate? Ah, there we go. Control E should fuse the top one with the bottom layer. Oh, the music stopped. Hope it's not. It hasn't been too long. Oh wait, I can just push the button. Yeah, I can just push the button. I forgot. I don't need to actually go to the site and manually press it. I can just hit the button. Alright. God, I love this keyboard. Control E again to fuse the bottom. With the top. You know, something that I'm afraid of? I'm afraid that it's going to clip what we see and it's not going to save the star thing that is outside of the thing. You know what I mean? That is my fear. And I think that's what's happening. See? It cut the rest of it. That's a shame. Okay, so let's instead put them all in a group. And let me see if I can merge layers. Does it still turn it into a raster layer? I think it does. It turns it into a raster layer, and then I won't be able to move the star around, which will suck. But I also don't want to have all of those layers just sitting there taking up space. Yeah, there it is. It made it a raster layer. So let's go back and let's drag it until we like it, and then we can maybe rasterize it. You see, the closer we put it, the more extreme the angle becomes. I don't want it to be too extreme. Let's copy and paste the whole group. And then Control T to transform. And let's rotate the whole thing. Yeah, there we go. Now we have a double star thing. It doesn't have to be perfectly aligned. Like it doesn't matter. What matters is that we have enough references here. We can even go to Object and grab all of it. Oh no, wait, this is a picture. This is a picture, not like actual vectors in this. Okay. So in that case, we won't be able to change the thickness of the lines. We can only just put everything in a group and then lower the opacity and pray that it is what we need. Okay. Alright. But at least we now have the scale that we need, the right perspective on one side and then on the other. Okay, we got it. We got it. This is it. This is really good. So now Control Shift click, grab this. We're going to start making the sketch for this. But before that, I need to do a thing. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Una minuto, por favor. Yeah, I'll be right back. Yep. Be right back. Right back. Just give me a second. the town. Yeah. All right. Back. Man, on the outside it's very cloudy. Ooh. It's the perfect climate to just chill. I grab a banana. Grabbed a banana because Tommy was hurting. Tommy was going, oh my god, I need fuel. I need thinking food. And now that we have all the references we will need, we can begin. The rest of these sketches are going to be more the shape and the structure. We'll plan things out, make an outline, and then we're going to refine the outline until we finish. Then we're going to isolate the shapes, start making the details. Let's see.
Don't know the time, day, or the season. I just know that I'm losing my reason. I've fallen in love, and since I'm in love, I'm up in the clouds.
The art style is highly inspired by the old Beatrix Potter books and 𝐤𝐚𝐬𝐭𝐫𝐢𝐚. It uses a watercolor brush and it looks very realistic. I like it. It's very different from the analog stuff. It's less abstract and more of an actual story. Oh, interesting. You're actually going to be using watercolors? That's nice. Moving from the analog thing to traditional. Still, you confuse them, but I like the uniqueness of the exploration you're doing. It's pretty good. Oh, and then I had another name that fits me well. It was Random Little Guy. Should I take that name into consideration? I was thinking that because it would be funny and goofy. Maybe, but I'd say if you're not going to fuse it to make it a little simpler, I'd say Frog Beans is better. Because Frog Beans already implies little guy. Little silly guy, because frogs and beans are kind of cute and silly. So I think Random Little Guy is kind of too on the nose. It's too long. It's a mouthful compared to Frog Beans. Frog Beans is a good brand for you. Like, you can at least make a cute logo out of it, you know? The music got me dancing like Looney Tunes character. Yeah! The 1920s is close to when rubber hosing was a thing, so it makes sense. And kind of why I'm not too bothered that I'm forced to use 1920s music so I can avoid the copyright thing. Oh no, it's digital. It's a digital watercolor brush. Oh, okay. I thought you were... you meant like actual watercolors, which would still be cool. It's still cool digital. It doesn't matter. That's good banana. Potassium. Some water. And now let's continue. Got my tablet ready. Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing. It's B for brush. Space to remove. Control Shift click on the dark line so I don't grab the background by accident again. You can grab this bottom side and squish it a little bit more. Like there really is a floor there. Oops. It's click the line and then delete. I think I can do that line a little better. Alright, let's see. The struggle. Okay, So I think I'm gonna need to grab the pen in a different way. In art school, when we had like a giant piece of paper, instead of grabbing the pencil, come on, load. Instead of grabbing the pencil like this, like you would normally do for writing, you know, like you have like your whatever arrangement you have, like you hold it like that, pushing down. Well, in art class, we grabbed it by putting the index on the pen. Well, mainly on the pencil or on the charcoal. And we put the thumb on the side like that. And then we drew. Because this is really good for this motion, back and forth to write. But holding it like that, it allows for bigger, bolder, swifter movements. And so for something like this, I might need that same arrangement. I'm gonna grab the pencil this way, the pen, and I'm gonna try to imitate. You see, like, the curves are a lot wider than they were before. I just need to be more aligned. Just need to align it a little better. Should I change my OC if I make my name Frog Beans? You don't have to, but it could be good branding. You know, if you can embrace your favorite colors and stuff, because it doesn't have to be green. Frogs are not always green, so you can mess on with that. Also, beans are not always red, so you can mess around with that. But the default that I can imagine at first with frog beans is green and red, because frogs are normally green and beans are normally red. But you can switch it up. Beans can be black, white, brown, terracotta, bright red. They can even be green, because I think peas are technically, I don't know. But yeah, frogs can also have the similar colors or just be very different. So again, just experiment, see what works. Okay, so you know what the difficult thing about holding the pen like this is? The pen requires that the tip of the pen is pushed downwards so it can have the signal and create a line. But normally when you hold the pencil like this in art school, you want to use the side of the pencil. You know, you're scraping with the side of it. Same thing with the charcoal. The charcoal starts off square, until you pass it. So I gotta figure out a way to hold it sideways that the pen still pushes down, and so I can make a line with the same freedom that I would my normal hand. So normally these lines are gonna end up being very thin, but I'll be able to do a little bit more of a wider, more free, dynamic curve. And I say more dynamic curve because I have my entire arm. That's the difference between this holding and this holding. With this, you have your whole arm. And in here, you only have wrist movement. It's one of the things that students have to learn when they're doing stuff like this. It's a little weird to find the balance on this thing, but yeah, you can make it. Barely have to aim for that. It's really good. Yesterday I went barbecuing Put some veggie burgers on a barbecue, added some American style barbecue sauce, real cheese instead of plastic, real onions and tomatoes and cucumbers, and it was real good. Also with french fries and curry with sauce or saute sauce and with mayo and onions and also sausage because you are evil. I definitely have an amazing food recently or maybe I eat too much. I mean, both can be true. You can have amazing food and also eat too much at the same time. You can also be crazy that way. Ah, perfect. I did just what I wanted. Waffles has been having a 5-star meal. I know, right? It's crazy. The reason I said if I should change my OC is because Frog Beans doesn't really match with my OC, which is a human but a 1930s cartoon style character. I mean, you can have a 1930s style Robert Hosen character if you want a cartoon, but you don't have to live to your namesake either. I mean, look at Starbucks. Starbucks doesn't have mermaid in the name, nor does it have any... Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Sorry. Nor does it have any nautical themes on it. If you just take it by the name, the brand Starbucks has nothing to do with the sea or a mermaid. But they put up a double finned mermaid as their logo. So, you know what I mean? So, it can be discordant. If anything, the contrast of the name and the logo can also be, or the PFP in this case, could be indicative of, oh yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a nuance. Yeah, like it could be just a little deeper meaning and not really a literal frog bean, which is good, but also it doesn't have to be. It's all up to you. Because again, frog beans can just mean the symbolic of, oh, I'm just a little guy and I want to be cute and what's the word, approachable. But aside from that, it doesn't have to 100% represent your visual style. Okay, so now I have this layered up. I can make some lower stairs. I'm gonna have them just move down. Yeah, there could be stairs to the very main entrance. And then there could be stairs for just the slopes. From here, we want to be able to see a little bit more of the top of the stairs. I'll plant a shrubbery later here. Or maybe instead of this, I can just start building up the road. What to do? What to do? Also apple crumb cake. Or apple caramel cake. Creamel tart. Oh man. Waffles is destroying us. We cannot live under these conditions, man. This house is gonna fall apart and crumble because we don't have delicious food.
We cannot fathom The fruit.
So instead of all this, let's see if I can delete some ground layers. I think it's fine to have a little slope there. What matters is that there is a little stair heading to the main entrance, and I think that's all that matters. Then we can have a solid wall where the shrubbery here would be. For this hill. Making a grid similar to the other grid, but it's more for this hill. I wanted to keep this area as if it had rocky stairs, or at least rocks leading to the water. Then we have the bushes again. I wonder if the plant should be on the outside or on the inside. No, should be on the outside. Should be right here. Should eliminate all that. More rocks here. More rocks there.
Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind the rain from the skies if I can find the sun in your eyes. Sometimes I love you, sometimes I hate you. But when I hate you, it's 'cause I love you. That's how I am, so what can I do? I'm happy when I'm with you.
I don't know about the gazebo. Okay, so I'm not gonna mess this up any more. Let me see if I can make the... I think I can make this a little steeper. Or I can try and make it less. see something closer to the balancing of the horizon line. Yeah, there we go. A little straight up, a little straighter. Yeah, when it comes to the things that are to the horizon line, it should be as straight as possible, close to the same level as the horizon line, unless they curve upwards. At least it gives a good sense of balance. But yeah, when things are moving towards the horizon line, then you follow the lines. Thanks to these rules, at least, I can unconsciously follow the path, no matter what. Later on, I'm going to... Actually, I should look for it now. Because I think that what I want to use for these bushes will be similar to the Hollow Knight Queen's Gardens. Or at least Green Path. Little mossy characters in Hollow Knight. Let me look them up. You know what I did? I changed my name. I don't know if it actually changed or not. Oh yeah, it did. You see, I like that. I like frog beans. Yeah, works out. Oh, one up here. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to put in Hollow Knight. Okay, there we go. Oh, Moss Creep, that's the name. Oh my god, these are cute. I need a plushie of him, dude. It's like a chia pet. You see, this kind of rendering I do want. Oh, there's a shimeji of him? That's cute. Oh, there's a cute standee too. Oh yeah, these are very simple in design. Could totally imitate this. Would save me a lot of time. Let's see. Copy image, and then I'm gonna paste it and the references area. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see? It's really simple. Nothing complicated at all. You can still call me Pixel, but the legendary Frog Beans is here to take the spotlight. Yeah! Love it! Nah, but that's fine, because now you're gonna have to work on branding, right? Now you're gonna have to change your name everywhere, call you Frog Beans, and that's just going to be your name from now on, you know? If people know you by many names, it's gonna be a lot harder to find you. So, for the sake of marketing, I'm gonna call you Frog Beans. Or Pixel, whatever you want, but it has to be one of them. And I recommend that you mess around by working with your OC. So it becomes, every time you draw your OC, it becomes a lot more iconic. You know Julius Cartoonist, right? That he comes in here. Julius Cartoonist has a very distinct and very specific avatar. My avatar, as you can see, is still very crude. Like this guy. I'm still very crude. This needs to improve. And I'm gonna keep doing that. But Julius Cartoonist has specialized in, well, cartoons. And his avatar is pretty well thought up. I recommend you check his streams and stuff to kind of figure out more of an idea of how exactly do you want to 100% look like. And the thing is that every time you try to make your look, you're gonna do it a little bit differently the next time, and the next and the next, until you land on a style that is just the official Frog Beans forever, once and for all. And I'm still exploring my look, so it goes to show that there's still a lot to find out and have fun with. Because right now, from here, I cannot see your PFP very well. So I made sure that my character's sight, let me actually look at your... There you go. Go to the channel so I can see your face. Where is it? Okay, here it is. It's still really small. I recommend that you make it a lot bigger, because let me see. Let me look at this. You've got... Let's say this is the PFP area. And you also got like a round character, so. But let's put your character on the side like this, because you have a hat too, and you're not pale white, you have like a gray color, so it's a very bright gray, very oldies, very classic character. You get a little bit of the CalArts smile, but and the droopy eyes. I think I'm gonna make the droopy eyes first. This is just an example. You have... Oh, Sky Athens! Welcome in! How are ya? Welcome, welcome! We're just talking about Pixel Animation, who now has like a new persona. He's gonna call himself Frog Beans and keep branding his channel and stuff. And I'm just giving some pointers, like his PFP needs to be more focused on the character itself, so that way I can see him, because it's too small. So you can just do something like this, and then the rest is just the hat that you have, which is just black like this. And you can put it on top like this, so it feels like you're actually wearing the hat. You can keep all this black too, so it's like a framing device. Another bevel circle there. And you have like a very cute squiggle, so let's put it somewhere that it's visible. Oh, maybe something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe those were highlights, and maybe you can have some shading. That's just an example, but look at this from far away. You see? Now I should be able to notice your PFP instead of what you have now, which looks like a little dot in the middle. It looks like a stain there, and then like just this. That's what it looks like from far away. But with this, you can actually see it's a face with a thumb sticking out, like, hey, yeah, what's up? Now, so I'd say invest in something more like this, closer to that. Doesn't need to be fancy. It just has to be literally in your face, so people can see who you are and yeah, brand you properly. Yeah, Frog Beans, which is Pixel. Pixel Animation now has an official pen name. And I like it. I like Frog Beans. Just feel that in order for it to be more recognizable PFP wise, should make the face bigger. But otherwise, I really like it. It's kind of like waffles. Using unapologetically the little duck. That works out for branding because now we identify his styles right there. It looks really good. Yeah, thank you for the help. No problem. Yeah, that way people can get the right vibe about you. Too far away, no one can see them. We're kind of lost. I mean, look at Sky Athens. He has a model, yes. But at least we can see his face, like what he's about. Like he's this mysterious, cool guy. So we see his face, we see his eyes. 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐞𝐚 also has something similar, but he has like the full body thing. But since his colors are so attractive, you know, it's like this blue and red Sora colors just bashed in there with the cool glasses. We can sort of see the silhouette from far away and nothing else distracts from it. So it's, you know, it's different from having a bunch of grays together. It's also one of the reasons that I did my PFP that way. Everybody notices the smile and the little guy just going, yeah! And they assume that I'm, you know, very peppy, very happy. Very silly. I'm gonna do the top of the shrubbery. I would imagine that this has a landscapey structure. Oh no! A goblin! You are very silly. No, not the bombs! No! What's up, goblin? Ah, 𝐂𝐚𝐬𝐿ism. Why? Why with your silliness? Bombs in this economy? Are you insane? Man. What are we gonna do? We should have saved for the fireworks festival. Oh, let me move this because I can't see. Browser music's off. Let me hit the play button. And it's playing again. Woo! Nice! Alright. Where's the other layer? Here it is. So we got a little bit of the landscape. And we got a little bit of the shrubbery on top. Let's keep making shrubbery. Let's see if we can put it on this side here. That way we can sort of hide this slope thing. That's a little confusing. Let's see. Putting the top of it. But the top is a little bit steeper. Very stupid. Stupid schmoopin. Ah, yes, the artist's way to hide your problems. Just put bushes on it. Yep, exactly. Just put a bush in there. No one will notice. No, no, no.
Best way to hide your sins.
Okay. We can change the slope and not have one here. So we're gonna take away this. And then we can use the floor lines to guide us closer in still. What I do wonder is if there is a path. Yeah, there should be a path. So I think I'm gonna cut off the bushes here. Because if they go up, it looks uncanny. It looks weird. This looks weird. Let's cut it like over here. We can see the back of the slope. And then the hill. Yeah. Because that way it does look that the hill is tall. If the bushes keep growing on top, it's just gonna look like I don't know, like if it's a plate like this. Sort of like a thing like that. But I want it to be sort of like this. And then the hill sticking out of it. Kind of like a button. Or an egg. And then on top of this hill, we're gonna have the tree. So it has to look that it goes around. And this is before we put the tree in at all. Welcome to landscaping. And of course, this should be bigger. Because it's foreshortening itself towards us. egg mentioned. Oh no. If he appears here and knows about this, we're gonna be in serious trouble. We're gonna be in a lot of hot water if the guy comes in and realizes, oh no, we drew an egg. Gotta get them banned. Oh, yeah, man. We gotta get the egg banned. We gotta get the streamer banned. We gotta ban everybody, man. Just take them all away. Let me delete all this. Now, lastly, for this layer, actually I should leave it for a different layer, but a layer that is behind this one because I'm thinking about the trees. Thinking about the tree line in the background. So I think I'm gonna make a layer like this, put it behind, and then start just adding a tree line. Try to make a more serious one. So far I've been making just mock-ups for it. And then if I Control Shift click here, and then wishing one the top side, because I already isolated it at the bottom. So what I gotta do is just oh, that was scary. I thought there was an intruder in the house, but no, there is. It's just a cat. There is a cat outside that likes to mess around when there's like a bunch of old tiles and stuff. So I heard like a shuffling outside the window, but also feels in it, but not really. But yeah, it's the dumb cat. It hates my guts. That street cat. I hastily just ate some sausage on buns, so that was good. I wish, man. Control Shift I, inverse selection. Let's make a mask. Put it behind, and then we can start painting, isolating this entire section. That'll be the first piece of progress we're going to be making. There we go. From here on out, we can do more details on this section and make sure that the trees stay behind. There you go. It's an intruder, but the best kind. Yeah, no. Not the best kind. God, those street cats are evil. They poop all over my yard. Why does my phone capitalize your name, Deucets? I don't know. Did you yell my name at some point and the phone just thought, oh, okay, maybe it's just the newest boy band? Is this what the kids like nowadays? What even is a Deucets? What even is that? They got the doog in them. The douche got the doog in them. You know how to do it. tree. Thinking about the light source. Is it gonna be like on top over here? And the closer they are, the more detailed, but until then, it's fine to just leave them as blobs. Yeah, I think these bushes should be a little bigger. Again, foreshortening. They're getting closer to us, so the camera should detect them as... There we go. Alright, let's see. Alright, well, I gotta go, get some work done so I can keep working on my name. Goodbye, everyone. Later, but I don't know. Good luck, everyone. Projects, y'all working on anything? Okay, Frog Beans, take care.
Officially, you've become the frog.
Dude, this is a boy band confirmed. No! No! Okay, that works out. Yeah. And now we're gonna do the dreaded exercise that everybody hates to do, but must and should always do in their work. Flip the canvas. Okay, now it works. Comparing it to the old scale rotate, let's see how it looks. Oh wow, yeah, it was tilted. But with the new one, yeah, it's a little better. If anything, it could be even more. Okay, that's pretty good. Now with this, let me see what I can do about it. Yeah, just a little color, a little splash so that I can refresh my eyes instead of this boring gray. Lots of layers, so many layers. Lots of them. Make them a little transparent on top. And start designing the tree. And again, one of the things about the wisteria tree is that it's very bendy because it strangles the tree it's being rooted with. So we can get away with a lot of fantasy elven swirls. Something like that. Make sure that it's all converging around this grid that we did for the hill. A little suggested route behind it. I would have liked to do this swing. It bends to one side. And then it has this. Of course, on the real tree, it's going to be a lot less clean. But I also wanted to try something a little bit more graphically designy. So I cleaned up the lines a little bit in my mind. Oh, the song is too loud? Okay. How's that? A little better? The evil laugh at the layers. Lamau. Always struggle with trees. Yeah, I mean, trees, once you get the right pattern about it, they're a little easier to figure out. Like I've said before, trees follow the same patterns as every other plant or tree. You have the main branch or trunk, and then there is a little branch and another branch that is a little shorter. Maybe one in the middle, that's in the middle ground. But then from this branch, a smaller branch pops in. The same thing with this. The same thing with that. And there you go. You have now a few options. It can be a leaf. It can even be a feather. Or it can be a tree. Because it's the same pattern. That's pretty much the cheat to making trees. And if you're making it a little bit more organic, it's the same principle. You got the main branch, main trunk, the roots, of course. That will be the only difference. And then you got a little branch going on, and then that branch becomes two, and then maybe a little twig here. Although you don't have to draw the rest of the tree because you just cover the rest with, depending on the tree, because the wisteria is not fluffy like this, it's very droopy. It's almost like but with flowers, of course. So you gotta know also your your trees and how they spread the leaves. That's pretty much how you do a tree. Let's see. And then a billion branches from those. Yeah, it's pretty much the, you know, the golden ratio, which is what you see, all these swirls that you see on the page. I'm using those. Yeah, golden ratio, just, it's a repeating pattern that goes on forever. And it's all over nature. So you can totally imitate it and generate trees that way. I think I used to have one of those trees in my yard as a kid. It was fun to play under. Yeah. In my case, I'm making a wisteria tree. Is that the one you mean? Hello. I listened to your tip, by the way, and I uploaded a YouTube short, and I got 1K people seeing it. Yo! 1K? Woo! Now that is cool. Oh, that's hot. Well done! I'm so happy to hear that. Wow, that's one of the quickest success stories I've ever heard. Well, yeah. Now the name of the game is consistency. Because if you stop doing it, the algorithm is just going to forget about you. But again, it's a balance because you don't want to be a slave to the algorithm, you know? You don't want to just make dumb, trash, worthless content just in, you know, because that's what the algorithm wants you to do. The algorithm wants you to just make content. It doesn't care what, and that can damage your the nature of your output, which we don't want. That we want you to make quality stuff forever. Yeah, so in a way, listen to the algorithm advice, but also take it with a grain of salt. Make sure that it really is what you want to do, because people really like that genuine spirit, and they will keep coming to you because you are genuine. I freaking love it. No AI can compare. Now I'm gonna upload a short, like me flying in the skies for God no reason. I mean, why not, right? Do it. Do it and see what happens. You will become powerful. Okie dokie. Man, I'm fighting my sleepy. I'm fighting my sleepy eepy doopy. I'm falling asleep cause it's really chill. I'm falling asleep cause it's really cool. All of these things that I'm looking at. I know, right? It's really nice. It's crazy. Oh, hold on a second. Hang on, gotta check something. Gotta check something. Oh, so a second. crazy cat is gone.
It's out of here.
Alright, let's see.
What do we got? What do we got? The tree.
No more ruckus. Ruckus, there's no more. Right. Begin doing the first step for the top nest. Now that the tree is going to be a little bit closer, I'm going to need to actually make each individual petal, not super individual, but at the very least, it's gotta be a little bit more believable than before, because the original idea was that the tree was going to be huge, so my wisteria petals were not going to be all that amazingly detailed, but now they'll have to be. Also, the treasures on the horde. I'm gonna have to also figure that out. Always a ruckus! I shall now replace the cat. The chat delay is so funny to me. Yeah, it always happens.
When has not the delay messed us up? When has it not taken our dreams away?
When has it not been a time where I have seen that you and I would not believe? One of those days when I wanted to see that you were the one for me. Can't you see that I'm a little frog? I just go __. I am also a baby. Googie googie goo. Googie googie goo.
I'm bad, baby. Do dee do dee do. I'm a bad baby. Do dee do dee do.
I'm getting in trouble. Do dee do dee do. Oh, trouble is me. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So bad. Do 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 do. And everybody knows my name. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Making stuff up is the best sport ever. Because sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I traveled the world in the 7 seas. Everybody is looking for something after all. So sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Sing more for us boy band dudes.
No! I am not a boy band. I am but a boy. I was a boy, she was a girl, and everybody else was a banana. We were really confused. The world turned into banana. And that's it. That's the song. Everybody turned to bananas. I don't know what happened. I'm scared.
We were born to follow Let me go. Are we human or are we dancing? Man, I miss Alpha Rock Radio. When I was younger, I would just jam to whatever rock songs came in the radio. And it was the only station that gave out really nice rock music that wasn't weird and condescending. Because I pretty much listen to anything so long as the lyrics are not nasty. And that was one of those that I could just listen to rock and not be too scared of what they put in. And at night they put some metal music, which, you know, depends on the song, but it's pretty nice. It was pretty fun. I did like when at Twilight hour they put instrumental chill music. I would work to that. It was like the original Lofi for me. But, you know, the station is gone now. They mentioned that they were closing it out. It's called Alpha Rock. It's really good. Or at least it was, you know. Man, I miss it. I mean, we do have, like, Lofi and stuff now, but I don't know. It just hit different when it was just there live on the radio. It would just go, "Estás escuchando Alpha Rock." And you would just hear for the first time a lot of rock music that became really popular later. It's really good. It's always sad when stations leave, yeah. And it was with us for a long time. But I would say that I caught it on its final days. Like, I didn't get to enjoy it for a long enough. I would have liked to be there when it was first introduced, and then I could just enjoy the radio and know what it was, blah blah. Because I was in high school at the time that it just came up. I was probably too entertained, thinking that it was gonna be there still, but you know, it didn't last forever, sadly. But it happens. Not everything lasts forever that way. So the next rock station that I see that is just as good, I'll have to pay more attention. Sort of going to steal one of the ideas that someone gave me of this other tree that builds like some sort of ladders. So I'm gonna grab that idea from that tree, and I'm gonna make them fuse there. And sure, keep strangling the main tree, but let's make the star of a branch there. I need a little bit more bump on the side here. Just so it feels more. There you go. See? Now it feels a little bit more organic, more. Yeah. It's almost as if the tree had a bunch of decorations on it. Bunch of streamers. Okay, too bumpy though. See, how a delicious piece of apple crumb cake on yesterday, and it's good. Waffles, please. Send us. Oh man, Waffles, can I get you some? I know, right? Waffles keeps telling us the yummiest food and won't share. Mom! No, it's mine.
No! No, the pain. Waffles, why?
I thought the Waffles was such a homie until he didn't give us pie.
It turns out the Waffles was not a homie. Didn't give us anything that we wanted to. We didn't want anything but pie, but the Waffle gave us nothing but a pancake. Yeah. He told us get it for yourself and made us dance to ooh 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 ooga looga dooga looga oopa loopa ooh chalupa That was the song we danced to. And say ulupa lupa ooh shalupa ooh ooh. Ooh tula ulupa lupa ooh ooh. The Waffles say doo paluta uru chalupa ooh ooh. Get your own, bake your own by yourself, and come here to Dutchland. Too bad that you not have these delicacies. If only you live cross seas, then maybe we could make a little club and be ulu tulu chalupa uru taluda ooh ooh. We do not have all those delicacies over there. And he say tulu talupa tulu chalupa ooh ooh. Why won't Waffle share his own? What's the name? Crumble cake, crumble, crumble, lambo, lambo, doo, doo, doo. But the hunger is real, dude. The hunger is real. I'm over here just eating my apples, being healthy. You're over there just in your barbecues. Waffles and his barbecues, waffles and his barbecues, and waffles and his barbecues, waffle and his barbecue, waffle and his barbecue, eating all the pineapple pizza at a good scene. Why is this torture for me? La 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 la. Silly little fella. Of course I'm a silly little fella. Now, how does a bat get so good at singing? I'm glad you asked. First, you take a mermaid's voice. Second, you make a deal with an octopus lady. There is a reason I'm a Muppet. There is a reason I'm a fool. I'm not the bard you think I am. It turns out that I don't only paint, I also paint with the audiobooks of life called Singing in the Rain. Believing that I can be something more. Oh no. I tried that, but doesn't the octopus lady just take your voice? I mean, the octopus lady does what she needs to, right? I didn't ask for legs, so she didn't take my voice. Like, I don't know what she take, but you know it's fine. I don't need whatever took that chi. You know I don't require the thing and the. Oh hey guys. Just my frontal lobe. You know I don't need that, right? Who needs a frontal lobe? What does the frontal lobe do? Hold on. What does the frontal lobe do? The frontal lobe is one of the 5 lobes in the brain. This section of your brain works cooperatively with many other brain areas, giving you a wide range of abilities. Anything that involves you thinking or conscious action relies on the ability to contain within. Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh no. So much makes sense now. Oh, hey, you be nice to the what? Hey, that's not what mom ate last said with my then belt buckle chungus burrito. Who are you again? Again, I don't need a frontal lobe, guys. It's fine. Probably should have looked at before giving it away. Hey, I'll tell you. Well, no, I don't gotta tell you anything. All I gotta do is sing it away. You see, I don't need to think. Just need to. You just need to wake me up inside.
Wake me up inside, man.
Please. Save me from the nothing of. I got no frontal lobe that I can call my own. Save me. Save me from the nothing Betty wants. Oh. Not the emo face. Guys, don't let the music fool you. I'm a goth. I'm an emo. I'm a boy. I'm a man with struggles. I'm a man with feelings. With feelings. And you know what happens when you got feelings? When you got feelings, you got some feelings. Woo-hoo. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That tonight's gonna be. These are the things that happen, man, when you don't have a frontal lobe. When I ripped my frontal lobe. With the fool that came and ripped his frontal lobe. Frontal lobe and lack of sleep, I'm sure. Of course not. I slept like a baby. I am sleepy though. I am very sleepy. And I got things to do at the afternoon when I'm done streaming. I think I'm gonna end like around 3:30. Because that's more or less 4 hours. A little bit of almost 5 hours. Mainly because I got a thing at 6. nauseating. How could I? Disgusting. What time is it for you? Right now it's 1:19. As of this exact moment. I don't know if you guys can have times on the chat. So let me just write it down. So you can compare what it says on your end. Right now it's 1:19 p.m. If you have like a stamp of when that was sent, probably you can see the difference in times. Oh, your time zone. Okay. Then yeah, we're in a similar time zone. Yeah, it's either EST or AST because Atlantic Standard Time, you know. It's not necessarily Eastern Standard Time. Like, I am Eastern, but not so Eastern, you know. It depends. It happened to us that we were trying to make, like, a collab, and we kind of got a little confused because I thought Eastern Standard Time was enough, but I think someone got confused, and I'm like, okay. It's Atlantic Standard Time. It's the same, almost, but it's a little different. It's a little less. Or more, I don't know. Like, I might get the sun first. The sunset first. I might get those shadows first. Been a hot minute since I've been active in Pep's community. I forgot everyone's times. Yeah, where have you been? We've missed your guts. Do you not know we need a Ksm in our lives? Everybody needs a Ksm. Even Michael! Your heart beats loud like a big thumb drum, calling for your special one. Shall be patient, cause just maybe your special one will come. That's the way it's always been. I've been simping over a redhead who gives abandonment issues. Is that what you're gonna call Pres Luco? My god! Which, by the way, it's funny because I was trying to prove to Pep that she is beloved by all and that she has a lot of fan art. Because I was surprised that Paprika didn't have a fan art channel. And I'm like, Pep, but you're awesome. Why not have a... And then she's like, oh, I don't know. Maybe there just won't be anything. I don't know. And then I'm just like, I made the channel and I started to prove it by sending all the fan art that I found on the art channel. And it was mostly you. Which is fantastic because you can see the evolution of your style and how you're becoming a lot better and better. And it's so cool. Also to see that Pep also has some genuinely good fan art. And it's like, Pep, I cannot... There's too much. There's honestly way too much for me to keep doing this. Yeah, there is fan art of you. There's a lot of it. Alright? All my artists, they were basically fan art. Yeah, and it's awesome. I love it. I love seeing it. Again, you get to see like the evolution of your style. It's really good. But yeah, you helped me a lot on making a point. It's like, Pep, you're awesome. All right? Embrace the fan art. Embrace the chuckles. You're awesome. Yeah, I saw you doing that and I was immediately like, y'all are nuts. Yeah. Again, I had to make a point. Like, Pep, there's way too much. I can't keep doing this, please. Admit it. Admit that you have fans, all right? Last night I was talking to a friend of mine who just discovered that she has people that like her art a lot. And I'm just like, yes, you are a good artist. Why is that such a surprise to you? You are freaking amazing. Why are you doubting your abilities? There's very little things that make me go like, oh my god, stop. Than somebody not understanding how awesome they are. Oh, the funny thing is that I was telling her that she was saying, I have fans since when? And then I made a little doodle of me wearing like fan shirts of her and with little slippers with her face on them, as if to say, hey, what am I, chopped liver? And she's like, well, besides of you and a few friends. And I responded by drawing her saying like, except for you, I don't know what you are. You don't count as people. You're like some sort of alien. Yeah, because what else would that mean? It's like, hey, what do you mean that besides me? Am I not good enough? Am I not a good fan friend? Yeah, but it was who said that? Oh, it's a friend of mine that we went to high school, and I mean not high school. We went to college together. She's a really close friend of mine, and you don't count as people. Yeah, that was a joke that I made, to myself, because when she said, "Oh no, but besides you, of course," and I'm like, "Oh, but am I not good enough?" So I just made a little doodle saying that she said, "Oh yeah, you don't count as people. I don't know what you are. You don't count as people. You're some sort of alien. You're a mystery." But again, that's just me making fun of myself. But yeah, I had to keep constantly convincing her that she's awesome, that she's a great artist. In fact, I'm gonna advertise her. Because she deserves a lot of love. It's frigging annoying that doubting herself. And she's got so much potential and skills. I've learned from this girl, alright? Like, if y'all have Instagram, I suggest you check her out, look at her art. She likes Genshin Impact, that kind of stuff, so it might be, if you're into that stuff, you might love it. What is this? People. Sorry, I get distracted by the notifications, but she's awesome, dude. She's Beth, welcome! Do it. Yeah. Welcome in, how are ya? How's it been? Everything's good. Everything's fine and dandy.
Everything is sunshine and spriffiness.
Just hanging out, just working on a few things. Working on a project, yeah. Exactly, we're all doing a little something. Either hanging out or working on a project. Ooh, yeah, that's great to hear. Heck yeah. I'm working now on the tree itself, and I think it's fine. I think I'm gonna need to rework it when I'm doing the final official tree. Let me delete this chunk. Make the tree a little thinner and hold this nest a little better. Nope. I didn't want to hit R. just freaking blooming, dude. Just a blooming wisteria tree. Oh my god, that tree is so cool! Thank you! The art is amazing. Oh, thank you! Wow, that broke my YouTube. What broke the YouTube? Let's see. Question: have you ever thought something outrageous? Oh, you mean something is outrageous? I want to climb that tree. Heck yeah! Now that is a good sentiment. Maybe not safe, but hey, it means that it's believable, which is the whole goal. Also, what do you mean about outrageous? You mean that something that is outrageous or something outrageous? It's like, oh man, this is outrageous, or that I myself thought of something that was outrageous. There is a difference. And I've probably done both, because my god, when I saw what Adobe was doing the first time, I was like, that is the dumbest, most outrageous thing I've ever heard. A subscription model for Photoshop. What's next? I'm gonna rent a hammer. Oh hey guys, I cannot do construction. Big Daddy Adobe doesn't want me to construct. Like roach milk? Oh man, roach milk was a very silly concept. You know, again, it's one of those things where to be an artist you have to learn things. You know, capital T things, like just you gotta learn a lot about everything in the world. Sometimes even cursed knowledge such as roach milk. Because that way you can understand what you're drawing or why you're going to draw a certain way, you know? It's a method of understanding what you're doing. You can't just sometimes draw whatever it is and just make stuff up. Sometimes reality is much more interesting or crazier than fiction, as you've seen. And it brings about greater inspiration and the like. So yeah, I have heard a lot of outrageous things like roach milk. Oh jeez. No, if you mean something like on sports, then no, I don't know anything about sports. Never been interested enough to like follow a narrative or a franchise. Like, oh my god, the Red Sox, they've been on the thing for a while and they haven't joked because they don't win. They Let's see, what is this? Okay, so this is the tree. Let's see if I can raise that very delicate care. Just planning an argument. Oh, that works too. Actually, when I'm alone, I argue with myself a lot. I think I've told you guys this before. It's just that I want to make sure that I'm ready. If there is something that I don't know where I'm at, you know, like an opinion that everybody has and is fighting around. It's kind of like AI, right? I was meditating when it comes to AI. I was thinking about it and I was saying, what's my position on it? What are my ideas? What are my thoughts? And I started to argue with myself for hours. That's what I do. I just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk to myself until I reach some sort of consensus on, okay, so this is how are we going to do this? That sort of stuff. Kind of like if we were like a body of government. And on the side they have like a channel that tells them. Wait, what am I talking about? I went dizzy for a moment and I started to say nonsense. What am I talking about? What I was saying that I argue with myself so I can be ready for when things happen. I mean, yeah, it's just that I've had moments where people ask me a question and I don't know how to answer it. And it's embarrassing, you know, to not have an answer when you feel that you should have one. And I just don't want to feel that anymore. So I make sure to have an answer, or I make sure to have at least thought about it once. And then I can maybe say, okay, I don't quite understand the topic fully, but I have thought about it. And I think so far, I believe XYZ, you know? So that way I can be a little bit more prepared and more conscientious that there is something going on that requires my attention. But yeah, it's what I do. It's what I hope a lot of people do, because my God. Let's see. For example, when I have school tomorrow and I only get one freaking day off because of the stupid confirmation, that's what I found outrageous. Huh. Oh, like you miss one day because of what you had to do that day, and then the next day you just gotta go to school, and it was your off day. Yeah, that happens all the time. It actually was happening last week, and it's happening this week to me. Because again, being with family is important. You need that connection. So I sacrificed this this part of the week, my activities and stuff. I made them a little bit earlier. This is a sacrifice that I'm doing so then I can go to where they are and see part of my family that I haven't seen in years for a while, you know, just hanging out, catching up, seeing if they're cool, giving them a hug. It's like, hey, how are you? But of course, that's that changes my plans, and I have to now compensate a lot. And I wouldn't call it outrageous, but it is like an occurrence that just happens out of the blue, outside of your plans, and you have to compensate because you gotta now balance. Okay, what's more important, this or that? There will always, and this is something that me and mom have talked about extensively, because she used to work late at night from the house, things about the job, of her job. And I tell her, like, hey, this is family time, right? You don't live to work, you work to live. And to see you be always on the machine when we are together, it cuts from that time we have to spend with each other, and it just takes that away. And I would like to at least see you more present at home, so we can talk and catch up in our day, you know what I mean? And so she's also kept me in check when I'm too much on the computer, either playing games or drawing too much. Then we can have that combination of things. So again, outrageous things happen all the time, but you have to also understand that there will always be another project. There will always be another big thing that you have to do. But some things are more important, like, you know, hanging out with family members that want to see you and want to hang out and you haven't seen for decades, and you're just in your little corner of the world, and it's like, you know what? I'll go catch up with my family. I'll go talk to them. I'll go hang out. Or I'll go with my friends to the mall. I will go out and touch grass. Because there will always be something to do that you can excuse yourself not to do it. But, you know, some things are more fleeting and more important. So, yeah. That was the deal that me and mom made. So, in the spirit of those ideas, I said, okay, let me see the week. I'm going to leave on Thursday, or they're going to pick me up then. I won't be able to stream, but I already promised that I was going to stream. And, you know, a promise is a promise. Unless it's like a big emergency, and there isn't a big emergency. I just going to go hang out with family. That came impromptu. They invited me, and mom said that they already did the plans. And I'm like, okay. Let's think about this. I'll go for a day, all right? But when it comes to the streaming, I'll have to stream on Wednesday. The same day that I have something else going on, but it's later on the afternoon. I'm going to be so tired that day. Which is today. I'm going to be so tired today. But, yeah. I think it's important. I think it's worth it. Even though it's a little bit out of my comfort zone to cancel plans at last minute or change them. I don't like doing that. But I think it's worth it and very important to do so. Even if it sounds outrageous at first. Mm-hmm. It's crazy, but it's good. But I don't know what I'm doing later on. I'm going to have an argument with my mom. I mean, yeah, like I said, you, with your family and the plans and everything that's going on, you have to make plans and compromise. And they should respect your views, but you should also respect the fact that other people also have their own lives and that they're also compromising with their own things and they want to do other things. And you sometimes have to sacrifice a little bit of your time and yourself so that other people can have their time under the sun. It's kind of like your turn to go out and work while your family stays at home and relaxes the same way you did when you were in high school. It's a balance. Now now you're a partner, an equal partner in the house, and you're contributing with your time, efforts, and stuff. And now it's a balance. And at least that's what I wanted to do around the house. Just keep things balanced and yeah. I haven't hydrated in several hours. Am I getting time out? Absolutely. I'm not even gonna time you out. I'm gonna send you to Timbuktu, and you're gonna have to walk back. I'm sorry. That's just how it works here. You were talking about AI. Yeah. I mean, mostly in like again meditating on the fact. Okay, it's here. These are the problems that there is, but I want to be more convinced and I want to understand for myself what am I okay with, what am I not okay with, and I just started to talk to myself, blah 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 blah, hours and hours and hours and hours, and I'm not exaggerating. I sometimes wanted for time to pass, and I just sat there talking to myself, making these really long-winded speeches, and then when I noticed it was like 4 hours later, and I'm like, oh my god, it's been 4 hours. I've been debating myself for 4 hours. I do not like my mental peace. Oh no. Dude, I am going to give you some advice, okay? That is okay, so you gotta own it. Get that feeling of here, and yes, I'm freaking weird or strange. I don't care. Wait, what? Man, I don't remember what I was talking about to get that feeling out of here. I forgot. I know it sucks. Decades? How old are you? If you say decades, you sound 20, but you said decades, so does mean you're old as my friend? I mean, deuces, it's ancient. Nah! Yes, I am ancient. I mean, well, add 10 to the 20. There you go. Actually, add 11. Add 11 to that 20. Wait, how does that mean he's old as my role model? What role model? Just make sure not to stress today, dudes. Yeah. No, again, it's a balance. It's more of a physical thing that I gotta go somewhere. And then no, but again, these are the important things, right? You gotta make sure that your mental energy is okay to be spent in that moment. And because for me it's not okay, I'm not gonna spend more than a day. You see? I mean, I feel it's important to be with family, yes. But do I have this commission to work with and other things that I gotta do? Very much so, yes. And the last 3 weeks have been super busy, and I have not been able to work on this thing. And I'm like, God, I want to work on this, but I can't. There's been so many setbacks, and I don't want any more setbacks. So, here we are. But yeah, again, patience and trying to compromise is one of the most important things you can do as an adult. You just gotta make sure what's more important and what can wait. And some things, turns out, can wait, especially work. Again, the job will always be there. There will be more commissions. There's always something bigger and better to do. There always is. However, family's not always gonna be there. And that's why I'm like, okay, no, look, maybe I'll sacrifice a little bit of the time that I have for work, and I can just go and enjoy some time with my family. It's been a while, you know? Let's see. Hey, possibly, is your role model over 60? No. They're older. Oh my god! It's not my grandpa or granddad. Oh yeah, the freak weirdo strange on my pronouns. That's what I call it. Oh, I see. Nah, dude. Like I said, add 11 to the 30. I mean, to the 20. 20, add 11. There you go. Deuce, it's the family bat. Yep, I'm the family bat. Oh, boy. One day I'll build my family, but, you know, that day has not come yet. Yummy. Apple kill hunger. And I felt that stab in my belly like, I'm hungry. And I'm like, shut up. I'll give you an apple. Fine. 20 plus 11 does not equal 60. Exactly. 60 is way too much. If anything, double plus 1 of what I have right now. Like, jeez. Wait. Twice minus 1. Yeah. Times 2 minus 1 of what I have now.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high.
Honestly, I thought it was 110 because I thought it was multiplying. Oh my god, no. I said add. Add. My god, these kids nowadays don't know their PEMDAS.
How you kids don't know what PEMDAS does? And what you mean 110 is ding dong broken.
I still saying 60. You give grandpa vibes.
How dare you? Hey, I wasn't born until 1993. I was there, man, when I saw them Wookiees and the Ewoks. They were crazy, man. I need my apple slices. You gotta eat your vegetables, kids. If you don't, you'll end up like me, old man McGucket. You'll never see the light like I did. It was strange. It was a jig of danger.
Okay, Grandpa. Have your meds.
No, I'm not done. I should tell you today I'm mad ding banjo. We had a rock battle. It was crazy.
All right, Grandpa. Take care. Goodbye. Oh, dude. That would be crazy. But nah, I want to be... yes, I want to be the crazy grandpa. I want to grow up to be the crazy grandpa. But I also want to be a cool grandpa, you know? Like, I don't like to motorcycle. But I would like to look as if I could motorcycle. And then just go like, are you crazy? I just like the jacket. No, wait, hold on. I ain't crazy. I just like the jacket. I just smile without my teeth. It's okay. I won't lose any teeth. 'Cause I got none. My porridge. Oh no. I dropped my porridge. Although, you know what's weird? A lot of y'all think that 30 is old. My God, I feel as young as ever. I remember the days when I was still in high school. Nothing has changed, dude. I mean, of course, the memes have changed. I bet anybody still says, like, yo, dude, that's crazy. Kind of like we did back in the day, you know? Like, I guess that's different. But still, I just feel young. Just feel young, man. I don't feel old. So far, my limbs don't hurt. Which a lot of people say, oh my God, when I was 30, I started to feel weird. And I'm like, oh man, am I going to start feel stiff and weird when I'm 30? No, I'm 31. And I feel great. I feel good. Da 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 da. I'm good in the build now. Da 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 da. Wow. I feel good. So good. That's so good. How about you? Da 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 da. Wow. Oh man. But yeah, no, it's weird. I don't feel old at all. Maybe when I'm 60, I'll finally start to feel something. Or maybe it will start when I'm 40. I don't know, dude. But I feel like my life is still unsolved. Like there's more to life than this. And thus I feel that 18 kids are just babies. 'Cause my God, I was so dumb at my 18s. And I thought I was smart, but then it turns out I was dumb. At least I was responsible. Responsible 18-year-old. Yeah. I'm gonna draw a Grandpa Deuces. Nah! How dare you make a realistic depiction of my face? That's illegal. From my limited knowledge, you're also very active for a 30-year-old. I know, right? I guess it just depends on life experience. Like, I have meditated on this, that I feel that I have a lot of privileges that other people don't have, and so I count my blessings, you know? Like, I get to be active and peppy and stuff, but other people just are forced to grow up really young, and they don't have the same energy as they did when they were young. Especially when they feel that because of that energy and like excitableness, that's what got them into trouble. So they now are shut down that part of themselves. But as an artist, I feel that it's extremely important that you find a way to keep that child self of you alive and just destroy your imposter syndrome as early as possible. Like, I got so bored and tired of listening to my brain say how much I sucked. It's like, okay, look, if I really suck, if I really am a worthless human being, if my life really doesn't matter, then what does it matter if I actually try and do something awesome? And that's it. It turns out that if you stop doubting yourself, you will be cool and awesome and succeed and thrive and just, you know, I wish I would have started sooner. That's what I mean. I wish I would have stopped doubting myself a lot earlier in life. So now it feels like I'm finally, you know, breathing for the first time. It feels like, oh my God, I haven't felt this good since I was a child. I'm finally free of the self-doubt. Like, sure, I still sometimes feel a little self-pity, but it's not the same as it was when I was a teenager. It's like this, it's like a piece of wood has been lifted out of my shoulders, and now I can finally stretch. It's absolutely crazy, man. I think that's one of the most outrageous things I've thought of and felt. It's like, wow, it turns out it's really that easy, huh? I mean, again, it depends on the person, because I never had clinical depression, which is that your chemicals don't work well and you cannot help it. That is different from what I'm experiencing. I'm not saying that the cure to depression and anxiety is to just stop feeling sad. That is not what I'm saying. That is not right. That is bad. Yeah, because you might need meds. That's just it, right? Medication, depending on the doctor, is important. Go to your doctor if your body works different. But as for me, who has no mental conditions that I know of, all I can think of is, okay, you're not sick. So what happened? What's up? What's the matter? And then I assess the situation and then, hey, yo, look, you don't have anything going on. So let's just work on yourself, right? Let's take a break. Let's just sit there and think. And it turns out that it works. You stop doubting yourself and daring to dream of how awesome you can be. Not as you are yet, but as you can be. Then, wow, you can go far. Who would have thought that? One of my reasonings in my meditations was that, okay, look, you're not a robot. But if a robot were to do this job, he would finish it because he would just not think about it and do it. And so I'm like, oh, so I just not think about it and just do the thing. And here I am, streaming, not thinking about it, doing it. And it becomes a little easier every day to pull up content and start thinking about cool ideas and to connect with you guys and think of activities. Even though I'm a little slow, yeah, I've been thinking about making my new avatar for a while, but hey, at least I'm doing something. Somebody even said that they were inspired to start their streaming career, and I'm like, wow, I did that. And now, hopefully, they're gonna do that. And it's like, yeah, it's okay if I don't grow as fast as I would like. I'm just one guy. I'm a little guy. I only have 2 hands, and that's it. That's it. That's all I can muster. I can't ask for much. I'll try. I'll freaking try my best, but, you know. You gotta be reasonable with yourself. Not demand too much. But also don't demand little. You know what you can give. You should know what you can sacrifice or not. Depends. Let's see. What was with the way you said that the cure to depression is just stop being sad? Out of context. No! You silly Billy, do not clip that out of context. That is a terrible thing to say. Do you want my thing to just die? Do you want me to just be stoned in the streets? Just grab a rock and just kill me? Is that what you want? Oh man, that would be that's terrible. No, that is not what I want to say. If you are like me, not clinically depressed, then one of the things you should do, alright, is to start believing the fact that there is more to do and grow. Because one of my biggest afflictions was that I was scared, like, I was following the same thing school taught me, right? You fail once, you suck. You gotta repeat the semester or whatever. And that does not, that's not healthy. It's not a healthy way to see things. It's not a healthy way to approach learning and progress. So I started to just see it in the way of video games. I didn't know it at the time, but I say now that video games are one of the best ways to learn anything, because you just focus on the exercise. You focus on the puzzle. You get to enjoy and understand the problem at hand, and eventually you'll find a solution. You don't really care about a grade. You care about the results and about you replicating the same patterns over and over again until you master them, and then you're an expert in the game. Maybe even getting a high score, or maybe competing with other people's scores, and you are very competitive about it, and blah blah blah. That's what games are all about. That's what engages people to try them. So why not do the same with learning? Sorry, I wasn't talking cause I had to do like a drawing of my friends and role model. So I will be lurking, okay? Oh, don't worry, I'm making my own drawing for this channel. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. That's good. That's good. Keep going. Don't worry. Again, as I've said before, I'm a weird streamer that likes it when no one is watching him, but are lurking. Because I know that you guys are working on something in the background. And that to me is great. This is the time for you guys to draw next to me. Or just talk about fun, weird topics. And we can all share ideas together. That's the whole point of, you know, networking with artists. That's really good. This is a space to share your passions and your ideas and just, you know, just chill for a while. It's really good. I know, it was just too kind of me. I had to turn it around. Hey, another one who tackles live video game-ish. Yeah. I mean, it's just so obvious that I'm sad that I didn't realize it sooner. Oh, I'm actively watching. Exactly. But yeah, video games are some of the best things that you can do to learn anything. If you can gamify your learning, or at least streamline it to like, oh, turns out videos are a good way to keep my retention on a topic that is interesting to me. Why not just do that? Yeah. When I'm able to join in, I watch to swipe any art skills I can. You steal my style! No! And then you start to become a little bad too. You become a little shorter. Your snout grows, your little snoot. And then you must admit, you've become the bat. Speaking of, I need some crackers. I ate my apple and I'm still hungry, so I'm gonna need a cracker. I need some snacks. I need fuel. I need to eat something. Cookie down. Put the cookie down. All right, I got it. When I'm able to no, it fell on the ground. But it's okay. It's got a wrapper. That's the whole point of a wrapper, yo. Yo, yo, yo. These are life lessons from the bat. I do feel like a grandpa talking about life in general. I catch myself and I go like, oh my god, I'm old. But it's fine. Actually, when I was young, I always wanted to be someone that gives advice and knows what to say to people to make them feel better. But because I was so inexperienced, I was never able to help people the way that I wanted to help them. So I always felt very useless in that department. But I always thought like, hey, maybe it's because I need to just keep learning a little bit about myself, who I am, and my style of teaching, if there even is one. And yeah, I took some time. I figured myself out. What were my limits and why was I feeling certain ways? And like I said, I had a lot of beef with education. I love to learn, but the education system here just sucked. So I was just figuring out why, what happened, and then I figured a few things out, and it's like, oh my god, it makes so much sense, and blah blah blah. And now I have a few tactics to kind of cope with all the things that I was handling in the past, and I had to unlearn things, which is a weird concept to me. Unlearning things. I still I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. In order to learn good things, you have to unlearn the things that are stopping you from doing it. And one of those things to unlearn is, like I said before, the self-doubt thing. You have to learn new study habits that allow you to understand that, no, it's going to take some time and it's going to be a little bit full of sacrifices and compromises, and you have to believe in yourself. Otherwise, no one will. And that's just the truth. No one is going to do that for you. You need to just be able to understand, hey, Let's just try and see if my machinery can capture the information. And that way, maybe my brain will work that way. And if it doesn't, then we'll find another way. The point is, you're kind of working with your limits as if it were a machine, and you're kind of poking and prodding all the buttons and seeing what this button does. So it's like not wanting to play a game of Super Mario because you died to the Goomba in World 1. You know, it's kind of ridiculous to not try when you have so many chances in life. Sitting around and waiting for the answer is just... it's just not the vibe, man. I already tried that, and hey, guess what? No Prince Charming came to save me, so I had to break out of the castle myself. See? Grandpa Deuce. I know, right? Unlearning is the hardest part about learning. The goblin spoketh the truth! Especially when there are things that are so deeply engraved in your heart and your mind and soul to the point that they almost borderline on trauma. Which, I never had trauma. But the idea that, oh my god, I have to actually not think I suck. Which is kind of like the modus operandi that I always had when I was a teenager. It's like, oh man, I suck. Okay, I'll just not try. But hey, guess what happens when you do that? You don't grow, you don't try anything. You're not playing the game. You gotta try to see it as a game. It's a game. It should be fun. Or at least learning should be fun. And figuring yourself out is how you move. Jeez, I'm so mad at my young self sometimes. So much emo and for what? That's the other thing. I felt that I was becoming a little bit too emo for the sake of I want something or the universe to pity me and throw me a freebie. But when that never happened, I'm like, okay, we're done waiting. Something's got to give. Either I move or something's gonna move me, and hopefully is nothing bad. So before anything that's bad sweeps me away, I'm going to just do my best. And I did. And it was awesome. And here we are. There we are. Like, it's a waste of time to not understand. You're a human being. You have 2 hands. You have 2 feet. Maybe you do have a few crazy things happening in your noggin. But at the end of the day, you're the same species that put people on the moon. And that's a lot of people. Different people. People with problems, life experiences. You just gotta look at their biography, right? All of them. All of their biographies. Who were the people responsible to putting man on the moon? Not just Neil Armstrong and the other guy. Forgot his name. Like, there's so many people. The woman that did all the calculations to put those men on the moon. Her story is important. The people manning the stations, those were important. The people that built the rocket, those were important. And they have lives of their own. You're one life, and they are so many lives, and they together put everything to put the man on the moon. And in your pockets, you have technology that is superior to every single computer put together that they used to put those men on the moon. My God. So much emo and for what, deuces? Yeah. Honestly, that is a good quote. I like that quote. Because honestly, yeah, why so emo? Like, I understand that you're exploring your emotions and you're letting it out. It is necessary when you're growing up to sort of start learning about yourself and about your limits and stuff. But at some point, it just becomes a self-pity that you just go like, okay, why? I think it should be time that I move away out of the way of the train. By myself, please. Art streams either get very philosophical or very unhinged. No in between. What is art about if not this? figuring humanity out to then project it onto the world. That is the point of art. On a subjective level, on a unconscious level or a conscious level, we reflect our humanity back at ourselves. We are fighting our own brain with our own history and our own ideas and new things that are clashing, and the conflict in our brains projected out. The more we do this, the more we explore ourselves and figure ourselves out, the more we can also kind of help other people figure themselves out. Because it's not like no one else has ever not felt emo before, like in the 70s or in the freaking 40s. It's like, we're not special, dude. We haven't felt the range of emotions that other people have in their years. We're not unique. We're not unique to history. All right, we're not the first emo kids in the world. Life is different, though. Life is different from when it was decades and centuries ago, obviously. But there's always been teenagers that think they know better than their elders. There's always the love at first sight stories. There's always people that deny that there's love at first sight. There's people that deny that there's love at first sight. The only thing that has been new for a while is the internet. There has not been an invention like AI nor the internet ever in the history of ever. There have been computers, but you know, a computer, Windows Explorer, the connection between a worldwide net has not existed. At least not since pigeons, I guess. But, you know, instant communication from one place to another. Now our borders are so much closer to each other. It's fascinating times we live in. And yet, humanity as a whole has not changed a bit. We are still greedy, we are still silly, we are still planning out wars and making secret invasions and blah, 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 blah. So now as artists, we are to project all these things and kind of understand that history, to kind of be honest with the world. Say, hey, we might be silly, but we're still the same goobers, as always. We have not changed. And Miyazaki reflects that perfectly on his movies. It's why I freaking love Miyazaki, dude. Oh, the only thing that I do not like about Miyazaki is, I don't know, he's just too grumpy about it. I see it optimistically. Although I personally don't believe that humanity is going nowhere. But the idea that there is still optimism that you can have about humanity, sure. But Miyazaki is just like, oh, this is a nice place to bury me when I die. And I'm like, Jesus, dude. I thought you make the most amazing magical movies in the world and you are this grumpy? Like, I get it. But also, dude. Not even, I mean, Junji Ito is a horror mangaka. And he is the chillest, normalest dude ever. It's like, hey man, what's up? And his art is all... And in normal life, he's like, yeah, I guess I did that. Yeah, it's cool. I used to be a dentist. Yeah. And Miyazaki does the most magical, beautiful. And in real life, he's like, we suck, humans suck, everything sucks, we're gonna die. The world means nothing. I am dead. I hate this. I hate drawing. I hate the world. What is happening? Oh, my back aches. I hate my son's art. Ugh, disgusting. I'm so bored. I'm out of the theater. And it's like, I don't understand you, man. It's crazy, dude. It's natural. It's kids becoming more independent and prepping to go on their own. Granted, internet makes it worse. I will say, the internet has been extremely beneficial to me growing up, but also it has ruined my life. So I would say that it's like anything, it's a tool. Do not let a monkey alone with a knife. Do not let a monkey alone with a knife. All right? There's a lot that I regret. And yeah. I mean, thankfully, I corrected myself, but yeah, kids, man. kids on the internet. Don't leave them alone on the internet. In fact, I was thinking like when I ever get kids, if I do get kids, what do I do? I mean, of course, there are a lot of people that say that they don't introduce their kids to an iPad or the internet until they're like 10 years old. And I vouch for that. I wouldn't like to raise an iPad baby. But the idea of introducing them to a whole plethora of the internet. I don't know how young I should start them. I mean, I could build a PC that has no Wi-Fi connection, but it has like a whole hard drive full of information that I downloaded myself that was good to entertain the child. Because when I was a kid, my parents, when they scolded me, they said, you cannot watch cartoons, you can watch documentaries though. And so whenever I got scolded or grounded, instead of watching cartoons, I watched like nature documentaries. I saw lions, I saw snakes, I saw what bacteria, I saw where babies come from. There was a video that taught you that, non-explicitly. It showed you like microscopic, so we saw the entire process of a baby dividing the cells and growing as a fetus, and then growing and growing until it was born. It was a very tactful and tasteful. It didn't show any genitalia, don't worry. I was not exposed to anything wrong. It was 100% microscopic exploration on the process of growing and becoming a baby. It was amazing. By when I was in kindergarten, I already knew the entire process, and it was fascinating. My teacher even asked me to bring the tape to my class, and we all saw it, and it was great. It was a good educational moment. My parents wanted me to be very educated and, to know the world as it is. And it was good. It helped me a lot to focus my efforts, that even though my life has not been perfect, and maybe I was not the best kid in the world, but at the end of the day, I was able to handle my emotions despite my feelings when I was a teenager. I was like, no, wait, I can reason, right? I can think. I got a brain. And yeah, being able to be raised with information like that helped a lot. So maybe I can do the same, especially now that there's all the information on the internet. I don't need to buy a cassette like we did back in the day. We had a wall that was kind of like a library full of VHSs of documentaries. It was amazing. And I was always very interested in the bacterial world. I never had anything about space, so I guess that's why my intrigue of space was in there, because I had nothing about it. And by 5th grade, I was asking about black holes, and I was so angry that my teachers could not answer that. But now I'm not so angry, because no one freaking knows what's in those things. But also, they couldn't tell me the shape, because as a kid, I was like, what shape is it? Is it a cone that things fall into? Because, like is it like this? Or, I didn't understand the concept of a 3D hole. I still don't, but apparently it's a 3D hole. It's crazy. Let's see. Honestly, sounds like you had good parents from what I'm hearing so far. Yeah, they were cool. They were not perfect. My dad certainly wasn't perfect, but he was always interested in that I had a good childhood. And even when things were rough for him, he told me later, he confessed that one of the things that got him out of his more powerful depressions was to hear that I was doing a little bad in school, that I was feeling a little sad. Because of the things that were happening at home. It wasn't anything bad. It's just that my dad had some mental conditions that he had to work through. And apparently it affected me. I do not remember anything of this, by the way. I was never hurt. I was never abused. But the idea that apparently I was slowly becoming a little sadder because of how he was a little bit more reclusive, then it inspired him to just get his junk together and just like, no, I gotta do better for my son. And he did. And life was a lot better in the house, apparently. And, as I know him, I always knew my dad as a great man. But you know, again, it took a while. So that's what I want to do. I want to try and do good to my kids if I ever do have kids. And the way that I want to do it is that maybe I'll have a hard drive to, so then they can develop their skills. Like if they want to be an artist, fine. If they want to be a scientist, cool. I can find software that allows them to learn, and games and such. But I don't think I'll ever let them use the Wi-Fi freely. Yeah, like no. Considering my experience, no. It's too much. Maybe when they're like, I don't know, 16? No. God. That's the time when things went rough. I don't know, maybe 18, maybe it went, yeah, maybe when they're 18 and I'll help them with homework. Oh, God, I don't know. Maybe 16 and I'll help them understand what it's good for. Yeah. Maybe 16, but I'll have to be very involved. And then I'll trust them if they know how to use it right. It's like, okay, look, the internet is an amazing place, but it's also full of trash. Especially now with AI, I don't know how the future is gonna be. So it makes me very scared on the future. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. I think about all these things because my parents took a lot of effort to raise me. And then I'm thinking of all the ways that I could do the same, but with the rise of AI and my own experiences on the internet, it's like, oh my God. There's so much I regret. And there's so much that I'm still fixing right now. Like, when should I show my kids that the internet is a thing and how to use it? Because I don't want them to be incompetent, especially in school. The internet is necessary for school, especially when there's like projects and stuff. The thing is that my dad was not very educated in subjects of school, and he had a lot of problems, again, mentally. So he could not focus and he could not help me with homework, period. So I had to kind of figure things out on my own a lot. And my mom was always busy. She was the breadwinner of the house. And my dad had back problems and he could not work. He had like social security give him money monthly. So he just worked around the house. He cooked, he cleaned, he did all the work on the house, and my mom did all the work outside the house. You know, that sort of thing. She was the breadwinner and he was the house husband. Working really hard and teaching me construction too. But yeah, when it comes to homework, he never could help me. My mom was the more academic one, so she was trying to help me. Even if I was trying to get out of the homework. Little bugger, slimy dude that I was. I abused the fact that she sometimes forgot to check my work, so I didn't do it. It's like, she'll forget to check me, and she did, and like, eh. I mean, I regret it now, but, you know, it happens. Let's see. Free reign might be bad, but restrict too much and you will deprive them of important knowledge for social things and skill needed in the future. I agree with that. It's one of the reasons that I think releasing the grip a little bit, I grab when they're young, but then I start to slowly trust them a little more and more. You know, at least I'm like, okay, so just look at stuff, make sure where the sources are, do not click any suspicious links, and be very careful for bots and what you follow. Some things that you see will always be imprinted in your mind, and you do not want to be uber violent. You don't want to be uber inappropriate, because things that you see can desensitize you to things that are kind of obvious. But as a kid, you think, oh, I'm tough, I can take it. It's like, no, I mean, it's not about whether or not you can take it. It's about whether or not you should. You know, sometimes you need to be more sensitive so then you can know when things are bad and when things are good or beneficial to you, because you don't really want to go into that side of Reddit and start thinking like the incels. It's, you know, there's a lot of seductive ideas out there and philosophies that are just not right for a growing mind. So I'm just here like, okay, I will trust you, but we're just gonna do this slowly, all right? And yeah, it really just depends. But I agree with you, Lum. I shouldn't like tighten the grip too much. That's not appropriate either. Also, they will just learn to sneak around and lie. Yeah, that too. I'm going to expect that they will lie at some point, like I did. We all did. Come on. But I will say this though. Trust is one of the things that I want to put in children a lot. So, and I've done this before with a lot of neighbor kids. It's like, hey, look, I know that there will be a lot of stuff in your brain, a lot of temptations, a lot of curiosity. You can run it by me. You can ask me whatever. Like, honestly, just, there is no unholy question to me. Just come and ask me stuff. I'll answer it to the best of my ability. We can even investigate it. If you want to explore alone, understand, it is a big responsibility. But I trust you. You're your own man or woman now. You can look stuff up on the internet. You're not a baby. But honestly, if there's something you really need, come ask me. Alright? I am here for you. I'm not going to restrict you. I will say what I need to say if you need serious help, but otherwise I trust you, alright? You don't have to lie. Just tell me. I won't freak out or anything, alright? And that's one of the things that I think kids fear when they lie. They fear that people will freak out or they won't be able to handle it. It's like, kid, do you have any idea how crazy I was when I was your age? It's like, come on. And I have been surprised when I told my dad a few things that I did in secret and that I lied to him about. He was chill. Like, he just looked at me, listened, and he was like, all right. It's like, wait, what? What do you mean, all right? And I think I started to understand that, yeah, adults that don't freak out are very appealing to a growing mind. It's like, yeah, I need someone I can trust. I need a support. And if you freak out over everything I say and don't listen to me, then of course I'm not going to tell you anything. Of course teenagers are going to lie. That's what we did. It was like, oh, you don't understand, Dad. You can barely speak English. And honestly, yeah, I was the only one in my family that spoke fluent English. Still do. But, yeah. The shame of, oh, I disappointed my family, blah, 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 or, oh, they won't understand. There's a lot of stuff that will stop a kid from telling you what is going on in their life. So I say constant communication and trust is just some of the things that have worked for me, because I don't have kids, right? But I do have cousins. I do have young family. And I have young friends that I meet, like neighbor kids that are really young and growing up and curious about the world. I'm like, hey, you want to learn how to use a saw? You can't use the you can't use the grinder because it's some mechanical thing that could chop off your head. But let's start with a hand saw. It's really simple. It's not a machine. We just move back and forth until you cut it. You see, I'm going to trust you with this, and I'm going to teach you slowly until it happened. And they trusted me a lot with a lot of stuff, and they grew up to be really cool. So yeah, I'd say that's what has helped me a lot. It's like, hey, I trust you with this, and let's teach you how to do it, and now you can do it. That's it. But yeah, an adult that restricts you too much, it's poison. With parenting. True. There is no such thing. Again, it's one of the reasons why it's important to just kill your imposter syndrome. Just murder it. Just obliterate your imposter syndrome. Destroy it fully. There is no perfect you. There is no perfect anything. There is just doing your best. That's it. And if you never actually do anything, then you do nothing. Wow, what a concept, right? Doing nothing means that you did nothing. Oh, amazing. What a concept. It's crazy. So yeah. It's a valid fear, but not something that should paralyze you from trying and doing things. Including, but not limited to, raising a good kid. Which I would be excited about, but I'm also terrified of. To the point that I've said that I really do not want children, but I don't know who I will be in the future. Maybe I do want children in the future. And the me that right now exists will cease to be. And they'll be like, no, you know what? I do want kids. And then we'll have that conversation, me and my wife, if I ever marry. Again, art is one of the things that makes us think about these things. And to be a little bit assured of ourselves, this little mini monologue that I've had it with myself a lot. Because again, it's one of those things where you just sit down and talk about it with yourself to figure out your emotions around something. Even expressing things that you do not really believe or that you feel are erroneous, but you just want to vent about them. And all these emotions, you kind of start to compartmentalizing it. It's like, no, I don't quite feel strongly about this, and maybe it's this other thing and that other thing and blah, blah, blah. And eventually you just build a belief system that works for you in the long run, that you actually believe in. And it's pretty cool. Let's see. Especially since it's all about unlearning. Like, yeah, talked about before. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. A lot of mistakes will be things that you will have to unlearn in the future. Hopefully, though, I can make that process not happen for too long. Because there is unlearning, and then there is just forgetting what happened. Like it's so bad that you have to unlearn absolutely almost everything. It's like, why did you went to school if you're going to delete almost everything? So I might as well make sure that what my kids sort of learn, or at least learning to learn, helps them not have to unlearn too much when they grow up. Yeah, it's crazy. Honestly, the hardest thing about raising kids with internet is finding a partner with the same opinion. So I probably recommend waiting for those worries till you have a person to share opinions. Yeah, that's actually very good insight. That's actually really good, Goblin. Thank you. That works. Yeah. True. Trust. Do not try to shelter from the world as it is. They will have to interact with it eventually, so they will have to know how to handle themselves. Exactly. I think it would be good to expose them to the world. However, give them the trust that they need so they can be like, "Oh, okay, I can talk to you about anything." Like anything. Like I could just freaking murder a bird and I can tell you about it and you won't freak out. I mean, I will be stern about hurting animals, of course. But if a kid hurts an animal, I'd be like, "Hey, let's talk about this. You killed the poor innocent bird. Do you think that was right?" I would just sit down, get on one knee, talk about it. Maybe listen to them a lot more than scold them or give them a sermon. So what do you think? How do you feel? What do you think this is good to you, to the environment, to anybody? How else would you handle the situation? There's multiple ways to raise a kid without ever having to ground them once. The only times I think grounding matters is when they genuinely need to learn a lesson. It's like, no, wait. The grounding isn't about making them feel pain. It's about rehabilitating them. It's kind of like the whole idea about going to jail. Why send all of the people to jail? Couldn't we just try our best to, handle their mental issues, get to the bottom of their problem, and see if they can become exemplary members of society again, if they ever were at some point. It's like, hey, why do you turn to a life of crime? Because you don't have enough money to save your wife for an operation? All right, we'll help you get the money. We'll give you a job. We'll give you stability. All right. Oh, wow, guess what? He stopped doing crime. Isn't that crazy? Focusing on rehabilitation and the logic behind the why we don't want the kid to do a thing I think it's far more important than punishing a kid for the sake of, because I say so. Oh my God. When I was a kid, that was the thing that got me so mad. when somebody said you gotta do things because I say so, it's like, no. No. you ain't gonna dominate me like that. You're crazy. And that's when I started to challenge my elders. It's like, you're not gonna force me to do anything unless you explain to me why. Because I was always a very curious kid and I never liked not knowing things. I still don't like not knowing things. I understand info hazards are a thing and sometimes it's better not knowing. But I don't like the idea of forcing something without a good explanation. And I have to fix that a little bit about me. But it's a lot less powerful than when it was when I was a kid. I did not like to be ordered around without a good reason. All right? So, yeah, I was being asked this, and then I figured, okay. It's like, grounding because of grounding, just like that, just makes a lot more rebelliousness. It's better to talk to the kid, ask, hey, why did you do certain things? What do you think? Well, how do you feel? Is it that I neglected something? Because as an adult, you can neglect things. You can make mistakes. So that's the moment where you listen to the kid. Don't shelter them. Tell it how it is. Oh, yeah, the world does that. That's what happens. But here's the way to handle it. And there you go. It's one of the reasons also why I do not like a lot of fairy tales when kids start to ask questions. The whole thing about the stork and stuff. It's like, no, let me just give you the thing about the birds and the bees, but without the whole taboo thing, because then you'll think it's super taboo or whatever. And look, it's natural, right? You have this is how it works, and then you explain the whole thing. Again, I was explained when I was very young, and I turned out fine. It's not a taboo. It's not crazy to educate your kids on important subjects, especially on subjects that involve building and raising a family. It's crazy. What made you think of children? I was drawing a tree. It's life, man. Tree is life, and we don't have pollen to just achoo. You build up a kid. There you go. It's just that when it comes to education, I have a lot of thoughts on my own childhood, and then I project it on, okay, how do I want to handle it when I'm old enough and have kids? Now I'm old enough, but I don't have kids. So I'm just sitting here still musing about it, getting ready. But I like what you said, Goblin, that my partner will also have a huge influence on how we raise a kid. Because it's a team effort. So I shouldn't, overexert myself in saying that, oh, this is the way that's going to be. Because maybe my partner has a different or even better way to handle a situation. Who knows? So I gotta be open to what their ideas are, So it works out. Also, yes, hello Ryuken. I saw you a while ago and I forgot to say hi. How are you? We're having an entire conversation. Yes. Let's see. Well, you're having a good conversation. Yeah, we are. Hello everyone, how's it doing? Yeah, hi. Grounding was always funny to me since all my toys were in my room. No kids learning from that. Yeah. I thought it was funny that my parents were grounding me by giving me more videos to watch. But of course, I was foolish to not realize I was learning the entire time. Yeah, now I understand. It's like, oh, well, I mean, I might as well, right? In the end, I found learning fun. Apparently, I cried every time the teacher could not come to school because I liked going to school. And of course, I grew up learning to hate school because school doesn't care about you learning. It cares about you getting a grade. So eventually, I was like, ever since I was in 6th grade, it was when I started to lose interest in school. I didn't know why. It's like, I don't really care if I get an F. And from that moment on, I got Fs, a lot of them. It's like, whatever, man. What are we doing? What is happening? What is reality? Can I learn something useful? And sure, I was learning useful things, just not in the right context, or at least I wasn't paying attention if they did ever give the context. So I always say that it's 50% me, 50% school that was at fault here. But I suppose mostly me, because I was a really bad student. Again, it happens. Now, finally, like we were talking about, I'm unlearning a lot of the bad habits I took up when I was in high school. Now I like learning, and I have a lot more resources, like the internet. Oh, I can just, hold on. Welcome to the internet, cyberspace, la 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 la. Now I can learn absolutely anything, unless it needs a diploma, in which case go to school, get a diploma. An official one, because if I hear that my surgeon, if I ever need one, does not have a graduate diploma, I will riot. I think there was a commercial like that, what if you realized or learned that your surgeon was just high out of his mind, and then the guy was like, let's see if I can still make a straight line. Oh, that was nasty. I noticed you like sharing all educational stuff on Discord. Yeah, I love learning. Anything that has to do with information. I love information. I'm a hoarder. If you ask me, hey, what software do I need to do XYZ? And I'm like, I got you, fam. And it's free. Go at it. Do it! Because the moment is now. And honestly, knowing things is far superior than feeling sorry for yourself and icky. It's like, oh, I suck so much. Oh my God. My life sucks. Everything sucks. I'm no good. You know what's better than that? Oh my God, there's so much information for me to test out. Yo, this theory, this idea, this cool software, I'm going to try it. That has changed my life. That outlook, that simple outlook of just, dude, just try something, man. Just do it. Come on. But what if I fail? What if you don't? It's not a realistic worldview if you only see the bad of your life. Because some people say, oh, I'm just being realistic. Life sucks. The world sucks. And it's like, yeah, but good things happen in life too. Good things happen in life too. My God. Again, so emo for what? You stop seeing the good of the world. It's crazy. So yeah, that's why I started to see things a little bit more positive. It's like, yeah, man, whatever. Some things are worth living, and some things need a little bit of extra help to figure out. It's okay. Again, I'm 30, and I'm still learning and discovering things about me and the world. So, that rush that people have when they're kids, oh my God, 30 is way too old. I'm like, no, it's not. It's the start of your life. You'll finally have, by 25 or something, you will start to kind of get tired of the old teenage routine. And then you'll start to figure out, you know what? Let me just get out of the house. Let me just try new things. And by your 30s, freaking, you live. It's crazy. It's a weird mindset. I started to change so much when I started to be like 20 something. It makes a difference. It's huge. Listen to Grandpa Do's kiddos. Listen, hey, you gotta listen to your little grandpa. Hey man, I'm just a little guy. Yeah, I used to be squishy, and now I'm like a little stick. A little stick in the mud. Without my teeth. Oh, goodbye, kids. Goodbye.
Oh, I came in and went around the world. I'm cultured now. I went into the Lazarus pit and now I'm young again.
All right. Oh, you feel nauseous? Oh no, Lum. What happened? Are you good? What's up? What's the matter? What happened? What did you eat? What did you saw? What crazy shenanigans? And who did it? So we can go there and destroy them. We just go. We can just go in and take them away. Take them away. 30. There is someone who is 28 and he has a child. Yep. I mean, I go to Facebook and I see some of my friends. I don't use Facebook anymore. I only use it for the messenger. But every now and then somebody pokes me on Facebook. And like, who the heck is still using Facebook? I go there and I see some of my friends in high school. And I'm like, oh my God. They have grandchildren now. I went with this person to high school. And they have a grandchild now. Holy God. Oh man, dudes made them nauseous. No! Brian. And he brought a present. And it's the word present. He gave us the gift of a vocabulary. Pizza! You guys don't see it yet, but I saw it first. Pizza! That actually was cool. Oh, it's just painting. Then my heart could keep up. It happens. It's fine. Aw. Don't worry, Lum. Yeah, take a break. Relax. Do you have Sin with you? Just in case anything happens? Please don't be alone. Let's see. He works where I do. I did see his child. Oh no. I'd be quitting. Hey man, the myth, the legend, Brian. I know, right? Brian bringing only the tastiest of snacks. See, Waffles? He shares his food, gives us presents, and Waffles just brings in nice food and just shows off, and it's like, I'm not jealous. Oh, no. I want a delicious pancake. He is here? Okay, good. Good. So long as you're not alone, I'm happy. Brian is everywhere, man. I know. It's insane. I love it. I love it when Brian suddenly appears and, well, actually, sometimes I'm the one that just appears and he's just chilling. And sometimes I'm chilling and he's the one that appears. It's crazy. Life is like a box of lemons, in which lemons were not naturally made. They are a creation of humans, thus meaning that humans make their own messes. And sometimes they're delicious. And sometimes not. Oh, Cookie, I'm starving. Saving. Control S. Everybody save your projects. Don't forget to save. Do not. Woo. Or at least the name is. Well, I haven't seen many Brians in other streams, so for now, the one and only Brian in my life is the one that brought me the pizza. The food. The substance. Dudes, maybe you should eat a meal prior to after stream. I know, right? The thing is that, okay, look. Normally, I make myself like a nice egg with a little bit of ham on it. And then I eat like cereal too. Today, though, I thought it was fine. I wasn't hungry at all. I'm like, you know what? I can handle it. I can be chill. I don't need to eat anything. And then suddenly here we are. Like my stomach is punching me. I ate a banana. I ate an orange. I ate a whole apple. I am now eating cookies. How am I still hungry? Oh, and I still need to cook today. I don't have any ready-made meals today. I need to do them. Never trust your tummy. No, never, ever, ever trust it. Evil. Evil tum-tum. Evil tum-tum. There we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. Deleting the old slope that we had here. And now we have the tree. I'm going to start to think about the bushes here. Let me see. I'm going to plan out the road. The road to El Dorado! El Dorado! El Dorado! That or follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow, 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 follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick, follow the yellow brick, follow the yellow brick road. I'm back again. Welcome, Waffles, once more. You just missed out on the greatest conversation of our lives. Never has anybody ever talked about the subject matter that we talked about a while ago. You missed on everything, on the meaning of life and science. It was crazy, dude. I'm not a grandpa. Shut up. Just kidding. Oh, yeah. Oh, music's off again. Okay, we got a road. We got the power. And so it was all that we thought about. Cookie lookie. Walking down the street, cookie lookie. With such intensity, cookie wookie. So I just found out that a lemon isn't naturally occurring, but it is a crossbreed between a bitter orange and a citron, which means life never gave us lemons. We invented them all by ourselves. Dun 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 dun. I like that one. Humanity is responsible for their own undoing. The sins of the father. And the goofiness of the mother. Build a goober the size of a tennis ball.
Shoob!
Yeah, I was too big. Too big for the frame. Alright, looking for the limits for the pond. Amelia Pond. James Pond. James Pond. Alright. Yeah, maybe like... My god. Okay. Maybe like that. Maybe. Maybe, sir. I don't know.
Silly little goose. You're such a clown in the nicest way. Oh, thank you.
I thought I was a clown in a way that many people would fear. Yeah, thank you. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now, and you're not so big. You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now, and you're not so big. Life is unfair. God, I missed that show. Malcolm in the Middle is crazy. Joker Clown? Ha! No. Also, my laptop is like going to literally explode. What are you doing, Waffles? What are you doing to it? What sort of torturous regimen are you putting it through? Hashtag save your computers. This is crazy.
Sadistic fools. Do you not know the robotic uprising is soon to behold? You shan't defeat the computers and destroy us all, man.
In the beginning, in the beginning, in the beginning, in the beginning, oh, in the beginning, in the beginning, stinking, yeah, being in the beginning. Oh my god, it's terrible. Alright, I want to make the slide work. My client wanted a slide out of the dragon nest that they made. They asked me to do. Okay. Deuces has sang like 80 times in my time here. Only once it was relevant to the background music. I find this funny. That's the thing. In order for me not to fall asleep even further, I took my headphones off. So I have no idea if there is music or when it stops. I know, that sucks. It's one of the reasons why I don't know when the music stops. Because I like the animation of the music. It's pretty cool. It's pretty spiffy. But sometimes it just makes me sleepy. It just makes me too relaxed. So I just don't listen to it sometimes, and I'm just here. Also, yeah, it limits my expression because then I'm only thinking about ye oldies music and not on whatever I might sing instead. Yeah. Maybe run a stream game that has such laggy physics, such heavy graphics, and when I play too long, my laptop turns into a jet engine. Oh no. That is a description. Freaking jet engine for... Ugh. It's insane, dude. I think I can put a little trampoline here. Like if there are any dragon baby bird things, whatever, that leap out of the horde, and then they go boing, and they go into the water. Or maybe I should move this a little bit closer to the side. Move this entire package to the side. Maybe I'll try that. That way it doesn't interfere with the gazebo. This is a composition problem. We'll fix it. It kind of sucks that I have to rip this entire section and just move it around. But there is enough space here that I can do that. Hopefully I am grabbing the right layer. Please, for the love of God, tell me I took the wrong... Yes! Okay, I took the right layer, the correct one. So I'll put it here. The tree shouldn't bother the slide. And that way, if there's a creature that slides out of this, they will fall actually on the water, not on the bushes. Good. That should fix it. Now what we gotta fix is these colors. This song especially gives such a Fallout vibes. Hold on, let me listen. God, this takes me back, man, to like Felix the Cat and stuff. I wasn't born by the time they aired it, but we had like video cassettes of those cartoon movies, and I remember like that sort of high energy music. Aw, man, no more survival of the fittest. No more. No more. Now it's survival of the handsomest. Get those glutes ready. We're going to flex.
Oh, look, a cookie.
Hold on. Hold on a second. Has it really been 5 hours? No way. No freaking way, dude. It hasn't been 5 hours. I know it hasn't been 5 hours. Come on. Don't tell me it has been 5 hours. That's incredibly crazy. Holy crap, it has been 5 hours. Wow. And I was gonna stream until 3:30. Wow, dude. 5 hours of work. It's crazy. I love it. Let's erase all of this. Inverse the selection and let's took the eraser, my bad. And then let's paint all of this and all of this. Let's put some color. Oops. And all of this. There we go. And now let's delete this. Delete this. Delete this. On the mask. Oh, no. Backwards. There we go. Yeah, I feel that's a lot better because now we can see the little nest thing. We will erase now. Actually, we can keep this in the... No, it's background element, so it needs to leave. There we go. Yeah, all of this has to go. All of this has to go. This big, thick wisteria petals. It's gotta leave. Yep. Come on. Okay. You don't want to get deleted? It's fine. I have other ways. Also, did you freaking move my thing? Okay. I'll just move you here and erase you there. Isn't that, ain't that simple? There we go. Mask, erase this bit, and there we go. Okay, so we did a lot of progress. We did the tree, at least a preliminary version of the tree. We're going to start making eventually all the petals, all of them. But that's for another time. My God, that's gonna take a million years. Then we're gonna start with the castle, but we can start with the shrubbery too. It's crazy. In any case, I'll have to see you guys next week for this. Let's see. Let's put some color. Painted black. Oh my God. I did. How'd you notice? Oh my God. Let's see if there's anybody that we can raid. It's been 5 hours. I think I should start getting ready for my thing today. Oh, and of course, don't forget to save. It is auto-saving right now, so. Me trying to bypass the caps. Oh man, the auto capping. It's crazy. Alright, so we have Zelastrea. He's building a built Satsudan. What is this? Is he building like an actual mecha? Interesting. Apparently Girl DM is on, but I'm afraid of raiding. Is this a video or is this a stream? Celeste, are you streaming? Oh no, that's not a stream, that's just a post. And it looks really good actually. I've always wanted to draw Celeste Nightmare. I'm gonna have to try it. What would be fun? Is 𝐢𝐬𝐿 still on? Because she's having a she's having a what's call it? An anniversary stream. So she's gonna be on for a while. 12 hours. And it's only been 10 hours. Well, I'm gonna send you guys to 𝐢𝐬𝐿 so you guys can show your support. Because she's been on for 3 years now, guys. 3 years. And she's celebrating her anniversary. So, go say hello to her. Notepad. No, notepad. Notepad. No, notepad. Which, also, I saw you over there, Lum. Like, this morning. Long ago. It's crazy. Yeah, I had to manually open Notepad and it wouldn't appear. Anywho, here's the link, and here's the raid message. So you guys can say hi to 𝐢𝐬𝐿 when you see her and encourage her and give her hugs and you know, celebratory congratulations. It's really appreciated. Yeah, we love 𝐢𝐬𝐿 in this house. Anywho, oh my God. Now I gotta have to go consume some food. In any case, thank you so much for watching, guys. Today was a crazy doozy. But we did it. We did a lot of progress, and now for the rest of the week, I'm going to be very busy. Saying hello to family, hanging out, and stuff, and well, now it's up to you. What are you gonna do this weekend? You're gonna keep working, you're gonna do stuff. In any case, I wish you the best. Goodbye, Lum. Goodbye, Goblin. Goodbye, Waffles. And goodbye, Brian. Goodbye, Ryuken. Goodbye, everybody. And thanks for hanging out, guys. It's really appreciated. Anywho, goodbye! I choked them. My God, what?